John Kraman was probably the most remarkable person I had ever worked with in television.
His legacy moving forward as we go by years and decades is going to be that thrill of getting more people interested into cars.
Having those cars crossing the block, the JK collection, I didn't think we'd ever have that. I wish we didn't have that collection. And I really hope that whoever buys these cars and motorcycles understands who had them before they got them.
John Kraman was a legend in this industry. His knowledge, his passion, and his dedication to Mecum Auctions makes him a legend.
Welcome in, everybody. It's great to have you with us. I'm Danielle Trotta on a very special day here at Mecum Indy. As many of you know, we lost our lead announcer and dear friend John Kraman in January. We miss JK very much, but it feels like we have a piece of him back today as his personal collection will cross the block in just a little bit. 5 cars, 6 motorcycles in total that he loved and cherished. His friends and family are in attendance as well. It's an emotional day, but as we celebrate our dear friend, we know that it was John's wish to have this collection cross the block in one place and one place only, and that's Mecum. Chris Jacobs has more.
It still hasn't fully sunken in that John is gone, passed in January. And if you knew anything about John Kraman and his love of cars, you know that he loved his Corvettes. He wasn't just an aficionado, he was an expert. And he loved to drive them, and he loved to own them, like this one. This is John's 2010 Chevrolet C6 Coupe, done beautifully in blade silver over that black interior. It's powered by an LS3, made it to a manual 6-speed transmission. John was the second owner of this car. He acquired it in 2012, and this served as a summer driver in Palm Springs, California for John and his wife, Christine. And he loved to personalize his cars with vanity plates, this one included. Those are his initials, of course, proudly supporting Illinois Police Association. This is just one of a few Corvettes going across the block today, and I would do a preview of this Corvette next to it, but it would pale in comparison to what you're about to see.
Where were you in '72? Well, I was sophomore in high school, and first year of auto shop set me up for a great career in auto mechanics and also as an aircraft mechanic. This is the car that I wanted back in 1972 as a youngster, and picked it up at Mecum Auctions, Kissimmee, Florida in 2016. It's a 1972 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray Coupe. The T-top coupe, it's a 350, turbo 400 automatic, air conditioning, power steering, brakes, AM/FM radio, all that stuff is optional, by the way. 29,000 original miles. It is Bloomington Gold certified. Great color combination, Ontario orange metallic with the dark saddle interior. We'll leave you with a peek inside the cockpit. And just to remind you, this car is all original. Pretty nice, huh? So long for now, everyone.
I think we all got a swell in our heart and a lump in our throat hearing John's voice once again. We're going to miss him. And my favorite touch on the 72 that we just saw the video of is the license plate right here. True to JK form, he was period correct with the 1972 Illinois license plate on this Corvette. Daniel, emotional stuff out here.
He thought of every detail, didn't he, CJ? Thank you so much. It really is an emotional time. We lost John Kraman far too soon, but as we celebrate him today, we welcome in his longtime colleagues here at Mecum and his close personal friends, Scott Hoke and Bill Stevens. Guys, great to hear his voice, as Chris said once again, and can't wait till his collection crosses in just a bit.
You know, I had not seen that video until just now, and that takes me back, obviously. Not only did John love that Corvette, he loved the last Corvette that he would buy, the blue one, which will be the first one in the lineup a little bit later on in the day today. And I remember getting a text from him in mid-2019. He said, hey, I just printed up all 36 pages of the factory order sheet that the dealers use, and I'll bring them with me tomorrow. He knew more about these cars than the dealers did or anybody else on the planet.
Yeah, and you know, Scott, the last time that we were with JK was right here in this building back in October at the Indy Fall Special. I remember it well. At the end of the auction, he and I went out to dinner, and we talked, and little did either one of us know that the next time we come to Indianapolis, he would not be here, and we would be selling his fabulous automobile collection. It's poetic justice that things worked out the way that they did. So, yeah, today is going to be a day that's going to take us back to October, the last time we were able to do this with him.
Absolutely. We'll see his cars a little bit later on. We'll see many cars, as we do at each event, that remind us of JK, or maybe something JK might have said about a given car. And I think the car that you're going to preview would get 2 thumbs up from the professor, wouldn't it?
This really does exemplify John Kraman's love of muscle cars. Fully restored 1964 GTO convertible. Not too much unlike the one that he owned, except his, of course, was the hardtop. This one with the tri-power 389 like JK's and a 4-speed like his car as well. Starlight black on the outside, red interior, and a couple of interesting things. First of all, the wheel treatment. Look at the wire wheel hubcaps and white wall tires, something I doubt JK would have ordered. And those exhaust splitters, yeah, that was something that was a favorite of his. This car will be on the block a little bit later on.
He might change those hubcaps.
I can guarantee it.
At least have a debate with you about him, right?
Absolutely.
And by the way, here we are, and as you see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, this 1940 Ford Kustom that we begin the program with today. Keep that lot number in mind, T79. We're a little bit more than 50 lots away from John's collection. Okay? Just a heads up there.
Well, after yesterday, after all of the custom pickups that we had, well, now we've got another one. Don't think we had a 1940 yesterday, though. And this one has a small block Ford engine in it. Don't get ahead of me. I know, expecting a small block Chevy. Automatic transmission. You see the red paint. Very simple, very effective red paint. No graphics, no pinstripes, nothing to interfere with that great polyurethane clear coat paint job with the chrome wheels.
Hey, never say never on the Mecum auction block, Bill. Remember, we had a Jeep CJ yesterday with a Chevy small block and a big bow tie on the back.
Big bow tie logo on the rear window. Exactly.
Here we go at $40,000 now. Well, they've done a little reset, if you will. They adjusted the spot on the football.
39 for you?
Yeah.
Not a mega build, not big money here. I would expect that we're somewhere close to the magic number here. Love those American Racing torque thrust 2 wheels, all blinged out.
41,500. Sold $40,000. Sold
What I tell you, right on it. Beauty, 40 grand. That's Jordan Hunter helping out with the new owner in the front row here at Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic. Next up, a 1971 K20. We had a handful of 4-wheel drive pickup trucks yesterday as well.
Yeah, this is a big boy, huh? This is 31 years into the future from the last pickup that we saw. And this one, the Chevy, the 4-wheel drive K20, 420 horse, 350 there after a complete nut and bolt restoration. Less than 600 miles since they finished that up. 3-speed automatic. Has an aftermarket torque converter too and a BM shift kit for good solid shifts between gears. Vintage air 4-wheel disc brakes that they took from a late model Chevrolet truck. So a little creative engineering there. Very subdued paint job. Kind of a medium dark gray, black wheels, and a black interior. Never see 2 pickup trucks done exactly alike. And it's like so many other cars, we hardly ever see hot rods that are done. How about 55 Chevys? How many of those do we get? And none are carbon copies.
Well, you could throw a blanket over that whole shoebox Chevy, that Tri-5 era.
Yeah, exactly.
There are so many are different.
Yeah.
Another fantastic looking truck there. How about an SL class Mercedes-Benz next? This one is from 2015.
Yeah, a little convertible here. This does not have the 3.5 liter that we see so many times. It's got a 3 liter in it with 329 horsepower because it's got twin turbos. So it's jacked up a little bit. Power retractable top, panoramic roof glass. This is a 2015 and no reserve. And once again, we see how the depreciation curve on some of these luxury European cars really kind of crater after maybe 10, 12, 15 years. This was an expensive automobile when it was new. But not anymore.
Yep, no reserves, still climbing the ladder.
You got to be 25. I'm sorry. 25, 26. You're on the internet. 6. I'm going to be making it on 5, 6. What do you say, internet? I'm going to be making it on 5, 6, 7. I see you there now. 7, sir.
Boy, and this car has not exactly been worn out.
I was getting ready to say it's 10 years old. It doesn't look like it's 10 minutes old.
I know. And the odometer reached 57,000 miles.
27.8.
So let me do a quick math here. 10-year-old car, 57,000 miles. That's not carry the 3. That's not a lot of miles every year.
Right.
How'd I do?
You did great.
Oh, thanks.
I'm so proud of you. Oh, my goodness. 27,000 miles. Nope, it's $27,000.
I think we need to go to a break as quickly as possible.
Oh, we've got a good one coming up for you tomorrow, everybody. It's a 69 Trans Am, yes, indeed. But it has Ram Air 4 power and a 4-speed. Backing that up, that is only one of 46, or one of only 46 built in that configuration with that 345 horse, 400 cubic inch engine. You will see it tomorrow. Our coverage launches again at noon Eastern here on ESPN Plus. And another car that will be part of our 6-hour marathon tomorrow is standing by with Steve Matchett.
Thank you, Scott. Wait, how about this that I found here? A truly exquisite 2016 675 LT McLaren. Yes, the car looks beautiful, and of course that Gulf livery only adds to that, but this is really an out-and-out track-focused car. Beautiful attention to detail given to the rear wing and the ABS braking on the car. In Formula One, the drivers are told to use cadence braking because the huge amount of downforce on the rear wing as the velocity decreases, the drivers have to back off the brake to stop the rear brakes locking up. So the McLaren engineers have worked with the ABS system on the car in tandem with that rear wing to take away that brake pressure as the velocity decreases to enable what I would like to consider an averagely good driver to be able to really get the best out of this fantastic car. Only 500 examples were made, and we can see a plaque down here inside the cockpit to back that up. Taken a lot of weight off the car. It is lighter. It is faster than the car that went before it. This is the race engineers playing with the car. As I say, one of 500 examples of the 675 LT, and one of 7 McLarens that we're going to see as the days unfold here in Indy.
Oh, my goodness. It is almost McLaren o'clock here in Indy this weekend, right?
Yeah, and you know what? I think it's great because the McLaren Formula One team is really kicking a little butt this year.
Yes,
they are. Fun to watch.
Absolutely right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Steve Matchett. And we move on now to 2008 Aston Martin Vantage convertible.
Well, as previously mentioned by this reporter, the prices on some of these used but not abused European luxury performance cars bring them into a category of value where a lot of people who could never get near one when they were new now can kind of sniff around a little bit if they're really that excited about getting their hands on one. This has a 4.3 liter, 380 horsepower V8 in it with an automatic transmission. It's got a fabulous black motif with the paint, the interior, and the wheels. It's a fast car, luxurious car, leather interior, 19-inch 7-spoke wheels is what you're looking at all 4 corners. And the odometer, less than 30,000 miles. And look at that, Scott. Right now, the price is at $31,000.
Hey, a good friend of mine, actually, who lives here in Indy, just bought one of these Vantages, a little newer, 2021, and he absolutely loves that car.
We got it. You got it. You got
and
it.
They got it on the phone.
Yep.
For $32,000 at no reserve.
Vantage, the Vanquish, all those Aston Martins, class, sexy, love 'em all.
And that one means business with the all-black look.
Yep.
Huh? A 1969 Chevelle up on the block. It's been resto-modded. I see a big 427 sticker on the air cleaner there.
Oh, yeah, it's had a lot of work done to it, especially in the engine compartment. That 427, it's been gone through. Now, this is a Yenko replica. If you wanted a real Yenko Chevelle, you'd have to really scout around. They only built 99 of them, and to the best of our knowledge, maybe less than 50 of them are still in existence. Got aluminum heads on that 427. High-rise intake and that sniper injection a lot of builders are going to. Turbo Hydromatic. Coil overs underneath and a Ford 9-inch rear end with 410 gears. That Chevelle will walk.
49 grand, now 50 is the current bid.
Got over 100 million in that car.
51, got a 2, at 1, 2.
51. Here we go again.
Hit 51, 52. 51 bid, asking 52,000. 52,000. 52,000. What do you say up there? 51, 52, 51, 52, 51, 52, 52. Yes, sir.
Mecum rule 58 grand.
Sir, you want back in at 52 before I go? 52. Okay, real simple deal, Nick. Mecum rules in effect. Takes 58,000. 58,000 and it's yours. $58,000. No one else can bid.
Any more at all?
Just you.
2, 3,
And
4,
then you
5.
can take it home.
All done at 51.
You bet. Who thinks he ought to do it?
Yeah. Yeah.
58,000, sir. 58.
You give 2 and help the cause. 52.
You want to meet in the middle at like 57? That's halfway in between my best figures. Yep.
We ain't getting nowhere, Clint.
Okay, we've got 51,000. That's what we've got. Change of heart. Had a change of heart, Abby. Reserves off. 51.
Okay.
Anybody else can bid. Sir, 52.
Nice work there, Clint Hunter.
51, 52, sir.
Everybody involved.
52,000. 51.
And it's going to sell.
Wow, with all the money in that Chevelle, oh boy, that's a steal.
Now
Good for him.
1987 and 1970 GMC pickup.
Very nice, 51 grand. And it is going to a new collection. And we will go to Chris Jacobs standing by, as usual, in the 303 staging lane.
Yeah, Scott, we got some great cars coming across the block today, including this 1970 AMC Javelin. This was designed by Dick Teague, who was vice president at AMC and also head of design. He also designed the Hornet, the Gremlin, and the Pacer for AMC, so quite proficient in his work. Powered by a 390, backed up by a BorgWarner T10 4-speed manual transmission. This one has been completely gone through as far as restoration goes. You can see that beautiful interior there. This is done up in the Trans Am Series red, white, and blue livery, and that's quite appropriate because did you know a Javelin actually won the Trans Am Series in 1971, 72, and 76? So they were quite the beasts on the racetrack. And Bill, you'll be glad to know that this is done up with chromed out American racing wheels at all 4 corners. Really good look with this red, white, and blue livery. Going across the block a little bit later, guys.
Yeah, and you're right about the success that had in the Trans Am Series, thanks to our old friends Mark Donohue and Roger Penske, that really turned that program into a winner. So yeah, that was quite a great time for AMC on the racetrack.
Thank you, CJ, as we bring you back here into the Fairgrounds Coliseum in Indy with a 1934 Ford Hot Rod.
Full fender classic hot rod, right cheer, all steel body. Chevy power, it's a stroker, 430 horsepower. And you know how you make a stroker, right? You take a 350 and you put a 400 cubic inch crank in it, and maybe you do like a 30 over cleanup bore on it, and voila, you got a stroker. We'll see more of those, I'm sure, before this auction is over. Great classic look here. They didn't go wild when it comes to the paint or the wheel treatment. Those are Jenny wheels, wires with center caps, and a contrasting red color, red pinstripe. And it ties it all together as well. Even has the original mounted spare tire on the fantail.
No, I haven't even seen.
50 grand's what we had.
Why is it saying 65?
Where do you find that's what we're asking for?
Oh, over the 50?
Yeah.
That's a
You don't. You can't even go for it. Let's just try 63 one time.
You don't want to sell for 50 grand, do you?
No.
I know, but someone else is at 60 already.
No. Will 62 buy it?
62 will buy it.
62.
Buy it.
Okay.
Selling it, right?
62. Okay, you're in there.
All right, excellent opportunity to listen there and hear Gus Kozar, Kirk Delzell, Clint Hunter, all getting together to work this one out.
The art of the deal.
Let's go, let's go.
So,
All right, we got it. All right, you got it. You got it, sir.
Yeah, there it is. That is Gus Kozar right there, one of our terrific consignment agents.
That kind of money. So.
And he's on the telephone with the gentleman or the lady who just bought that car. I know you're a big fan of the Typhoon here, Bill. Here's one from 1993, man.
You know, when I sell a car, it takes a long time to recover.
Oh, really?
And I'm still feeling the fact that I sold my 93 GMC Typhoon 2.5 years ago, actually. And look at me. What's left of me?
Still
I'm
a
just
basket
a
case.
shell of a man. Oh, I love these trucks, huh?
You've got a bidder's badge, don't you? Right? This is perfect timing.
Okay, I wasn't talking to you. Now, these trucks are so much fun. All-wheel drive, got a turbo 4.3. They get off the line like you will not believe. Now, not a lot of horsepower here. We're talking about 280, but that doesn't tell you the whole story. A beautiful black paint job as well. Now, mine was red with the silver cladding around the bottom of it, but a lot of these GMC Typhoons have the monocolor scheme, and this black, very popular. Those are the original wheels on there. A lot of guys put Corvette ZR1 wheels on their Typhoons. They bolt right on. And it stalls at about $35,000, about where the market is. I would say this one may be worth a little bit more, because it's a relatively low mileage truck.
Okay, so we will leave it at, what did you say, 35?
35.
Okay,
yes,
35.
Correct.
And we will move to a 1971 Charger Super B.
Oh, man, another new body style for the Charger. They married it with the Super B models. I just love these cars, and probably in about the past 5 or 6 years, they've really become much more appreciated in the collector car market. And obviously, the price right now is reflecting the level of restoration of this particular model.
Well said, sir. One of only 99 of those V-code 6-pack 440s. It's with a 4-speed in it as well, probably having a lot to do with how that price is going up. That was a 385 horsepower engine. They did have 390 horsepower when they debuted in 1969. And 71, that was the last year for the Hemi. It was the last year for the Super B. And as we all know, it was kind of the last year for all-out muscle coming from Detroit. So much changed over the next couple of years. And the reserve is off. Wow, $85,000.
Yeah, that's a great point, Bill. That 71 is really the culmination of performance in Detroit for that era, anyway. And seeing this car so well done in that great color of Hemi orange with the black vinyl top, it's very appropriate that this price landed where it did.
85 grand is where it landed, in fact. And so with that, we will pause with our ongoing live coverage of Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic here on ESPN+. Welcome back to Indianapolis. That's the brand new entrance. I say brand new. It's a couple of years old. They completely redid that building. It's called the Fall Creek Pavilion now, and it's where folks come into the building. And how about this? We were all talking about this 68 GTO. It might look white on your screen at home, but that is called Primavera Beige, and it actually looks a little green, guys. We were talking about it.
Yeah, and over that gold interior, what a color combination. So very cool.
Yeah, I've had Pasta Primavera on several occasions, but even that was not that color.
I would hate to spill any of your Pasta Primavera on that light color car. It's one that we just don't see. And
we don't see.
We may never have had that color on a show before. And what did it sell for?
$49.
$49. Okay.
Almost a $50,000 GTO.
Okay. All right, next up in the lineup today, 1986 Nissan 300ZX.
What a history for these cars when you go back over the evolution of the Z car. Started in 1970 with that little 240Z. The 260 came in, then the 280, the 300ZX, and on. They went to that 350, that somewhat controversial body style. And they're still building Z cars. The 7th generation Z is out there, and this one is a 86 300ZX. It's a 3-liter V6, couple of hundred horsepower, automatic transmission. This is during the period when the Z car really did go from a mini Corvette fighter to a grand touring luxury boulevard kind of car, although the turbo cars were certainly more powerful than this one, the non-turbo cars. So really a very intriguing package. For only $11,000, I would say that's well bought.
Yeah, and that styling, has stood the test of time. Much like the 911, they got it right the first time, and they stuck with it throughout the run of the car.
Yep, well said. Speaking of getting it right the first time, here's a 65 Mustang, right?
I see what you did there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yep, 1965 convertible. And in my world, if you've got a 1965 Mustang with a V8 and a 4-speed, you are high, wide, and handsome. That's the way you want yours, I'll tell you that. 200 horsepower, C-code engine. That is the one with the 2-barrel carburetor. It's got the bucket seats in the console. Why do I mention bucket seats? Because we've actually had first-gen Mustangs with bench seats. Not a lot of them, but you'll find one every now and then. Has the optional rally pack instruments, the pony interior. There's a convertible top that is power operated, and it just sold for $32,000.
So you get a chance to get an eyeball full of that, and we move on as that one sells at, they're still working it, I'm told now. Okay.
Those classic Mustang mags.
Style steel wheels look great on any Mustang.
We mentioned that I was actually a Mustang owner in my earlier life, and the very first thing I did when I acquired mine was take the hubcaps off and put those wheels on the Mustang.
Attaboy.
Totally improved the look.
Yeah, one of my first cars was a Pontiac with 8-lug wheels, and the first thing I did was take them off. Like a moron.
What were you thinking?
I don't know. That was before I'm an intelligent human being like I am today.
See, here's what you can do. You can talk to. 5 minutes ago, he was saying, "Hey, I was not talking to you."
Wasn't talking to me,
like,
right? Now he's
boy.
talking to me. Yeah.
I never hold a grudge.
Almost a similar color, in fact, on this '69 Mercury Cyclone.
Oh, this is a hot car, people.
Isn't it?
Let me read you the first half of the VIN. You tell me if you notice anything. 9H16R.
Ooh.
It's an R code. 428 Cobra Jet. Yep, with a 4-speed Ram Air. And this is one of those cars that's underloved. I got to tell you, we see these cars from time to time. Of course, they don't have the panache of the Boss Mustangs from the same time period. Of course, the big block Chevys. But you know what? For $40,000, there you go with that maroon paint, the style steel wheels you might see on Mustangs on that Mercury as well. You know, that's a car that's going to do nothing but appreciate over the years.
Yeah, and nowhere does it announce itself for perhaps maybe the hood scoop would be the only indication of the power that lies within.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Good call there.
Low key.
Love it. Okay, another no reserve offering today. In fact, we had over 150 no reserve cars yesterday, in excess of 100 here in the lineup today. Here's a 71 Chevelle.
Okay, this one has a 454. It is not numbers matching. That 454 could have come from anywhere. If it were a numbers matching 454, my guess it would have been the 365 horse LS5. This has the Turbo 400 automatic with a 12-bolt posi rear end, power steering, and front disc brakes. They changed the instrumentation too, put in some Dakota digital gauges. And there's the cowl induction hood. Became so popular during that time period on Chevy Muscle.
52 grand. We'll take care of that Chevelle.
That was fast work.
Yes. It's a good car.
Yeah.
Okay, right behind the Chevelle, we're going to go pick up time again here, Bill and everybody, with a Dodge Ram 2500.
Let me tell you a little story here about the engine in this truck. You'll remember back in 1992 when the Viper debuted, it had an 8-liter V10, which originally was designed for pickup trucks, Dodge pickup trucks. Those are going to be cast iron engines like this one. This is the 8-liter V10. The Viper got the aluminum version of that engine. Very powerful. This one, the V10 in this one, putting out 310 horsepower with massive torque. Automatic transmission, yep, 4-wheel drive, and an extended cab with a short bed. It's got the sport package, a little extra gingerbread on this truck. And a lot of these trucks, you know, this truck's 23 years old, you would expect it to have high mileage because these trucks very rarely sit very long. This one has, according to the odometer, just over 51,000 miles.
Internet has the high bid.
$18,000. Anybody else? 18, 19. 19 is bid. You're out now. 20. 19's the bid. $20,000 bid. Everybody got 19, 20.
Back in the days when Ram was the truck division of Dodge before it became its own marquee.
And it does go for 19 grand. So we will continue with our first hour today from Indianapolis at Data Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic after a timeout. On the way to the block a little bit later today, it'll be Hemi time with a 68 Hemi Super B. Yep, that's the 4 1/4 horse 426 elephant motor, one of 125 built. And you can expect 6 figures being thrown at that one all afternoon.
Okay. Hey, did you notice something about that Super B? There was no bumblebee stripe.
Striped elite. That's what I'm swooning about
the
right
V88
now.
option. You don't have to have the stripe, right?
You still my heart.
And how about this? We just missed what happened on this Suburban. I got to tell you, this was restored and renovated all the way through with a balanced 5.3-liter engine and a lot of other beautiful upgrades made to it and modifications. And bid goes on, Scott, I think, on this truck?
Yeah, it was 80,000, I'm sorry.
Okay.
But the bid goes on. You are correct, sir. Here is an opening bid of 50 grand on this 1967 Buick Grand Sport.
1967, first year for the new 400 cubic inch engine that made 325 horsepower, matching numbers. That's the engine it was born with. Car's had a rotisserie restoration. It's got that Buick automatic transmission. The color is champagne mist. Loaded factory air, power steering and brakes. And this car brings up a great trivia question, which I'll try to get into later with you boys.
And the bid goes on here on the Grand Sport. Meantime, a Chevelle Super Sport 1968 vintage has arrived for our perusal.
Day 2 car. We call that a car that has had some modifications, usually when the owner brings it home and does a lot of bolt-on stuff, not what you would call, a lot of heavy-duty modifications. And this one is a real deal Super Sport. And this is the last year, by the way, that you could identify a real Super Sport by the VIN. The 138 is the first 3 digits of the VIN. Everything changed after 1968. So we know this is a real one with that L78, 375 horsepower, 396. The Turbo 400. Automatic transmission. Yeah, wow. That's a good buy, too. That's a hot car.
Just 45 grand.
Yeah.
For a legit super sport.
A legit super sport indeed.
All right, on the auction block now, little mini car for you, a Nash Metropolitan, 1957.
Bone stock, 1.5 liter inline 4, 3-speed. You shift it. Manual transmission. Look at that little motor in there, that cute little motor in that car. Boy, I can picture a 572 crate sitting in there. But not in this one. This color, how about this? The color's called Mardi Gras Red. And a frost white interior.
Man, if you could put a 572 crate in a radio flyer wagon, you would do it.
I'd find a way. Yep.
A little bit of automotive history regarding Nash. They had a few firsts in the industry. First to offer seat belts in passenger cars, which a lot of people did not like. First unibody construction. And by virtue of their association with Kelvinator, the first to offer an HVAC system in an automobile.
I got another one for you.
Tell me.
First muscle car, 1957 Rebel, had a V8. And those cars were quick, and everybody forgets them. So add that to your list there.
I kind of like that.
Wait a minute.
Rewriting the GTO history.
Red alert. You have for many years
I know where you're going.
The first muscle car being the 64 GTO. Have you changed your mind?
Okay, I'm going to unsay what I just said.
He wasn't talking to you.
Oh, that's right.
Thank you.
That was very good. Hey, whose side are you on anyway?
Oh, boy.
All right, 59 Bonneville convertible is up on the block next.
Welcome to the wide track era for the Pontiac, which began in 1959. Again, we'll get a shot of this car either from the front or the rear as you see that slot machine dashboard with all the chrome there and the knobs and the dials and the instruments. That was a big deal at GM, and you know, not only the Pontiac, but the Buick and the Oldsmobile pretty much following suit in 59. And this whole wide track era, believe it or not, continued to 1972. But they de-emphasized the advertising after 1961. Look at those 8-lug wheels with the white wall tires, red paint, white top, tricolor interior. And that engine is the Tri-Power 389 that put out 315 horsepower. Oh, what a ride.
And that design element, the split fins in the rear, just so cool.
Yep.
Well, and you mentioned the wide track, and I remember as a kid seeing these coming at you at night with their headlights blaring, and they were so far apart.
Yeah.
You thought, oh, that's got to be one of those big old Pontiacs.
Or a couple of motorcycles side by side.
Yes, exactly.
No, you're right. Well, hey, we're going to stay in the same general ballpark with this next car, 59 Buick Electra convertible. Now, the 401 nailhead engine in this car made 325 horsepower, and the Dynaflow automatic transmission, that was a revolution back in the day because they had a special designed torque converter that really contributed to smooth shifting. Power everything, and I mean brakes, steering, windows, the Wonder Bar, AM radio, just about every possible option in this 59 Buick Riviera, and the bidding is heading toward $70,000, sitting at 65 right now. White wall tires, full wheel covers.
And these last two cars are really emblematic of the design wars that were going on within GM, particularly in 1959. You look at the bat-style rear wings, fenders on this car versus the split on the Pontiac. Both equally very cool designs and much different.
Yeah, 59 is recognized as the year that Detroit styling. It was just, I don't know whether it was the influence of hallucinogenic drugs or what, but every car had styling you really had a hard time describing.
All right, we are less than an hour into the show. The first reference of that today.
Okay.
Just keeping track.
Note the time.
Olds 98 now from 1957.
Top of the line for Oldsmobile in 1957, a 371 Rocket V8 with 300 horsepower. This is the Tri-Power carbureted 371 as well, which was an extremely rare combination back in 1957. Color sapphire mist, metallic, factory air conditioning with power stuff like steering and brakes, dual exhaust, windows of power, so are the seats and the antenna. Spinner hubcaps, you see those hubcaps wind up on lead sleds on occasion.
Right.
Kind of a cheap way to put a cool wheel treatment on those cars.
Now
Good look
23.
at it right there.
22, 23.
It's a family show.
22,
It's a family
23.
show.
22 grand.
You better get 2, you better get 3, 4. I have 23, you better get 4, you better get 3, and now 4, you better get 4, you better get 4, you better get 5 on the car off the block. 24, you better get 25,000, you better get 5 bid, you better get 4 bid, you better get 25. I have 24, you better get 25,000, you better get 5 bid, you better get 5 bid, you better get
Don't worry about your grandkids having ice cream in the inside of this car. Those seats are heavily plastic.
Oh, gee, it's got the granny covers.
Yep. I remember, yes, you know what? My grandfather had those on his Rambler when I was a little kid, and it was almost like bubble wrap, you know?
Yeah.
They were dimpled, and you'd drive the entire way and just keep poking
Oh, yeah,
on all these
popping
dimples.
them, yeah. No, I can remember friends of mine had those seat covers on their cars. They take their girlfriend for a ride and make a lot of left turns so they could slide over
sure.
and sit a little closer to her.
Sure.
Wow.
Hey, this has your stamp of approval, I think.
Any car that has something sticking out of the hood is going to win me over. How about this 63 Dodge 330 with a supercharged 392 Hemi with a 671 blower, manual transmission. A lot of times you see racing automatics in these. Yeah, manual transmission. And that 392, by the way, pays homage to the original 392 back, well, in the 1960s. That was pretty much the go-to motor for top fuel drag racers. Had to have that 392 Hemi in it. And it's not going to sell, but I'll tell you what, anybody that buys that, they better have their big boy pants on when they push the throttle down.
Surprising to see a full interior in that car as well. You don't often see that.
Right, yeah, when they're built like this, especially when they build those lightweight cars, too.
Okay, so we will push ahead to 93 Camaro Z28. It's up on the block here.
Yes, heading into yet another generation for the lost and lamented Chevrolet Camaro. Will we ever see one again? Don't know. The rumors always fly. This one, kind of a one of one. It's a what's called a B4C, not sold to the public, acquired through the GM proving grounds. And this was kind of like a prototype for some of the different parts and pieces and options and things that they would apply to a car before going into production, kind of like a pilot car. Special 5.7 liter V8 in it with a 6-speed manual, and only 10,000 miles or so on the odometer.
All right, so at no reserve, bringing $16,000. We are closing in on an hour in the books and getting closer to the JK collection. Coming up a little bit later here in Indy. Welcome back to Indy and the Indiana State Fairgrounds. That is 38th Street on the far right of your screen as you swoop in. And up at the top in the middle, that's where we are, State Fairgrounds Coliseum. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, and Steve Matchett all on board here as we resume our coverage with 2004 Avalanche Z71.
Funky little trucks they are.
Yeah.
You know, kind of a sensation when they came out. People really gravitated toward these things. This one has a 5.3 liter Vortec V8 with an automatic 4-wheel drive. It's been lifted with Rancho shocks. Running boards have been polished. In fact, it's got a really nice finish on it there. The black paint all buffed and waxed. Chrome wheels. Good looker. And not a lot of money. Some extras include AC, sunroof, cruise control. Yeah, this is about the time, it's 2004. This is about the time that just about all of the automobiles coming from Detroit had a lot of the controls in the steering wheel. You can turn the volume up on your radio, the steering wheel, and set your cruise control. Change the station on your radio, stuff like that.
Accidentally called 911 from your steering
You could do
wheel.
that.
I think that's happened to me a couple times.
So, $22,500.
Good. So, all right, real quick, my trivia question.
Yes, please, go ahead.
General Motors did not want motors bigger than 400 cubes in any of their intermediates during the 60s.
Okay.
Buick had the nailhead. That was a 401, but nobody complained. They just let it go. Okay. 1970, the Chevelle had a 396, which was actually a 402. Never
Yes.
said a word.
Right.
One other car, a notorious car, one of the all-time famous automobiles, had an engine that was different from the badge on the outside. Think about that.
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is the Trans Am. It had two different engines at time, right?
Yeah, but
it was a.
But the displacement.
Well, one was a 403, was it not?
Right. But that isn't the one.
That's not what you're thinking of.
Right. No, this one's even more famous.
Okay. While we're all thinking about that, 1987 Chevy R10 Silverado just hit a high bid of $32,000.
5.7 liter engine in this truck with an automatic and a lot of power accessories as well. Someone will go over to Bid Goes On and take a run at that truck, I bet.
Okay. So we will check out another Silverado. This one from Y2K.
Boy, if you're shopping for a truck, don't touch that dial. We've got a lineup here of some very tasty pickup trucks, both Chevys and Fords. This one, another Chevy Silverado. 6-liter V8, the Vortec with an automatic. And again, optioned right out. Power everywhere, leather gut.
18's the bid. $19,000. There's a truck worth the money for 19.
Kind of a pewter finish. That paint job. Very classy.
$19,000. Are you kidding me? 18, 19. Now you're out. 20, 19 the bid. You're going to get 20. 45,000 miles on the truck. $20,000. 19, 20, money, 20, 20, 21.
Yeah, we got to do better than this for this truck. This truck is really sweet. Just over 45,000 miles on the odometer. Center console, AC.
Sir, it's illegal to only bid one time in the state of Indiana.
Immaculate, too. Look at the bed, Scott. Not a scratch.
20,500. You're out.
Oh, it
21.
is supreme.
Reserve is off.
Thank you.
And the reserve does come off. I was chuckling. You mentioned pewter on this truck. And as we might get a chance to see in a second, it is silver Silverado o'clock.
Yeah. You know what? That's kind of a shot in the dark to have two pewter trucks back to back.
Right. I think 20,500 on that one.
Right.
And here is a short bed standard cab version from 2007.
Yeah, this one with a 5.3 Vortec. We're downsizing the engine a little bit with an automatic. Has the Z71 package, 4-wheel drive, power steering, and disc brakes. Yeah, equipped very much like the one that we just saw. I mean, we're talking about a truck that's only 7 years removed from the one we just saw, but boy, they're almost kissing cousins here. Big rubber, those Bridgestone Dueler, AT tires on alloy wheels. Yeah, this one may be a little bit closer to home plate now at 29,000. We'll see.
$30,000 out of bid. Down 30. You're making $30,000 on a truck. $30,000 on it. Higher negative do 30. You're 30. Higher 30 bid. Higher negative do $30,000. $30,000. Anybody else? Higher negative do 30. You're 30. Higher $30,000. It'll be 30. $30,000 on it. $30,000 out of bid. 30,000. 31. You're out there. 30 now one. 31 reserve is off. 30,000 on it. 31 a bid. 31. Higher negative 31. John. 2. 1, 2, 31, 32, 32. Did I mention it only had 8,000 miles on the truck? 31, 32, $32,000. Are there internet better? You want her? 31.32. Let's go. So $31,000. So
31 grand buys that one.
Offering lot T116.
So we need to step away real quickly, and when we come back, the first of the John Kraman collection, the JK collection cars, 15 away from that. Welcome back to Indianapolis. A look at the 303 staging lane, the very end of it, in fact, as the cars prepare to have their moment on the block. Don't forget, with protectant and interior cleaner, man, do you get a solid 1-2 punch to clean and protect your car's interior. The interior cleaner will take care of any interior surface without a residue, and the aerospace protectant will take care of your plastic, rubber, vinyl surfaces and protect them from the harsh UV rays. More info, 303mecum.com. 303, proven to protect. Right now, let's check in with Steve Matchett over in the 303 staging lane with a car that's coming up.
Thanks, Scott. Well, look at this. I'm going to put my hand in here just so you get an idea of perspective, true perspective. What you're looking at here is the 1000cc BMC motor. And if it looks familiar to you, but you're thinking, hang on, something's not quite right with that. This is exactly the same engine that would be in the Mini. Although in the Mini, of course, it was turned around in a transverse style. The same designer, Alec Izigonis, and I hope I've got the pronunciation of that name right, because I've always struggled with that throughout my entire life. Great claim to fame was the Mini, but he also did this, what I would always know as a kid growing up as the Moggy Minor. And this particular version is known as the Traveller. Easy to see that because it's got this incredible ash wood frame, and it's English ash. So the engine compartment was put together, the bodywork was put together, and then it was sent over to carpentry, where the experts dealing with wood would put the wonderful ash frame together. And I've got to tell you guys, to find an original example of a Moggy Minor where the wood hasn't rotted out over the years is absolutely remarkable. If you wanted to get the long tail version of this like the McLaren, all you have to do is open the rear doors. But I have to say, these cars, Scott, they were everywhere when I was growing up as a kid, and it's a delight for me to see it, and not only that, to see it in such phenomenal condition. What do you think?
Oh, I love it. That is a woodworking automotive masterclass, yes?
And Stephen, you nailed Alex Izagonis. Good for you.
I was going to go with that anyway, without having corroboration from you. Well done.
He did it.
Well
Thanks.
done, Steve.
Thank you.
All right, back here in the Coliseum now with Silverado 1500, another one from 2003. This time just gabbled for $49,000.
Yeah, I told you we were going to go trucking, and we are still going trucking. Got another one right behind it. 1985 Chevy K10 four-wheel drive, 5.3-liter V8 with a cold air intake. There's a look at it right there. Vortec brand on the top of that induction system. 4L80E automatic transmission. That's got the overdrive in it. It's got some upgrades too. A couple of performance pieces. Long tube exhaust headers with a 3-inch diameter custom exhaust. Suspension's been played with too. FOA shocks and Fox remote reservoir shocks and adjustable radius arms. Good build. Solid truck. Gonna last a long time.
50 to be a darn negative, $52,000. Anybody else? $50,000, $52,000. Close bid of $50,000. If it goes on at 50. On T122.
Okay, well, the high bid there, $50,000. And just a heads up, as we introduce another pickup truck, we are 8 lots away now from the JK collection that we will cover in its entirety. In the meantime, here's a 2023 F-150 XL pickup, Bill.
Yeah, only a couple of years old. This is a rookie. Only 1,540 miles on it. 5-liter V8 with a cold air intake and 10-speed automatic transmission. And I like what they've done underneath the Inez upper and lower control arms. has lowered the truck. If you look real closely now, it has a slight nose down attitude. Just kind of hugs a little bit more than it would be with stock ride height. A few other extras, power windows and locks, weld wheels is what you're looking at right there, the spoked version. High-end sound system inside with an 8-inch touchscreen. And that's not too far afield from our pewter color from a little while ago, but this is called carbonized gray.
True.
A little different, yeah. And it reserves off.
So 38 pounds and $1.
And it sells just like that. How about it? All right, following up the 2023 truck, here is one from 93.
Well, we are looking at a truck that falls into that square body generation. Very attractive trucks. And this is one of them. Only 14,000 miles and change with a 5.7 V8 engine with automatic with overdrive. It's not a four-wheel drive truck, two-wheel drive. There you see the interior. Comfortable cloth. That's the kind of the way I like to go instead of leather sometimes, because in the summertime, that leather can get pretty hot. In the wintertime, it'll freeze your buns.
Yes.
So the cloth, much more accommodating if you're temperature sensitive.
And I don't think heated seats were a mainstream thing back in 93 yet.
Couldn't get them.
Right?
Right. Lower suspension. And you see the wheel treatment on this.
I love it.
Yeah, those are weld wheels. Again, they're spoked weld wheels. We're kind of used to seeing the kind of like the disc style weld wheels. You see a lot of those on hot rods and race cars, but these are that 5-spoke design. And look great. And this one is kind of getting warm. 35.5 the bid right now.
36 pounds to $1. 36 pounds to $1. 6 down negative 36 down 35 bid 36. 35 reserves off. 36 pounds.
There it is.
35 negative 36,000.
35.
So 35.
And I cannot wait, Bill, as they take care of the paperwork there, I cannot wait to get your initial reaction on the next vehicle on the block. We're going to see it here in a second. It is a 1987 Chevy D6500 truck. Are you ready for this?
I'm speechless.
That's a first.
Absolutely, positively, the tallest consignment we have had in a long time.
Right. And a good thing we have large elephant doors in the building.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah, this is definitely an arena truck. This is a flatbed. But the big story is how big a flatbed it is.
Yes.
8.2-liter Detroit diesel. That's a GM diesel. It's a V8. Odometer, it's 15 and change, and highly original. Has that beefy, heavy-duty Allison automatic transmission that you find in a lot of heavy-duty vehicles, even motor coaches and school buses.
I stood up here in the booth. We're 2 feet off the ground at our floor level. I stood up, and I'm still not at eye level with the driver.
Yeah, wow. If I knew the words, I'd sing Monster Mash.
18 pounds and $1. Anybody else?
17.5. That is
18.5, John.
behemoth personified.
Oh, man. You know, great for somebody that has a construction company or works with heavy equipment.
Oh, yes.
Needs to haul things around. It's all about practicality, and it's got plenty of that. But you need a forklift to put anything into that.
Exactly.
18 pounds and $500. So 18 pounds and $500.
Okay. 18,500 for that truck. And we're gonna take another break, and when we come back, the John Kraman collection will be crossing the block.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Indianapolis. Yeah, as you can see, the John Kraman collection slowly making its way to the auction block, and we'll be seeing those cars going up for bids in just a few minutes. Back on the block is a '69 Chevy Camaro RS. Now this one looks pretty conservative on the outside, but nothing conservative underneath. Got an LS6 engine that they pulled from a 2003 Z06 Corvette. They've added the serpentine drive system. Transmissions is 700 R4 with overdrive motor, 12-volt positive traction rear end. That's a pretty bulletproof powertrain, I'll tell you. Power steering and front disc brakes with vintage air. Suspension's been done over with Ride Tech pieces. Front and rear coil-over shocks. You saw the interior there. Beautiful job there. The bucket seats, the center console. And the exterior, just a simple white paint job, a vinyl top, and that blue interior. And we're at $54,000 right now. Expensive pieces in this build, I'll tell you that. Nothing but the best. 5-spoke, aftermarket wheels, low profile, radial tires. And it is not going to sell this time. The bid goes on, and we go to Danielle Trotta.
Thank you, Bill. The JK collection will be on the block momentarily. Scott, tell us about one of the first cars we'll see of your good friends here.
Well, the first car is the car that John was so excited about. It's the 2020 C8 Corvette, Elkhart Lake Blue Metallic, the 1LT trim package. It's the one that he spent so much time putting together and building on his own. He was so excited about this car. I shared the text earlier about printing off all 36 pages of the dealer order specs, and he was over the moon. He let me drive it once, and I'm about to drive it again.
Yes. You'll be driving it onto the block, and when you do, Scott, I hear you have some special passengers riding shotgun with you.
Absolutely. John's wife, Christine, and John's granddaughter, Ava, will be riding shotgun with me, and it's going to be very emotional. I'm not going to lie.
This is what John would have wanted.
I hope so, and I hope people understand what these cars are all about and the legacy.
And I hope they go to someone that will cherish them as much as John Kraman did. Scott Hoke is climbing into the Corvette now, Bill. His wife, Christine, his granddaughter, Ava, here as we come to the block momentarily. 5 cars, 6 motorcycles, a part of the JK collection. It's the moment we've all been waiting for.
It's almost surreal to say the late John Kraman, still, after so many months. Right now, we're going to finish up on the 71 Dodge Super B. The reserve is off at $86,000. Got the 383 Magnum in it, 330 horsepower. And as we saw before, Chris, another 71 Dodge Super B. The styling on these cars is never going to get old.
It's great to see this one sell, and what's different about this one, obviously, as you just said, the 383 versus the Hemi that the one that Cross before had and did not sell. This one going to a brand new home, Bill.
Well, what's interesting is that was the last year for the Hemi, but the Hemi came back, and there was the last year for the Super B, and the Super B came back.
Yes.
So
I can attest to both of those.
Yep. All right, next, oh boy, talk about a contrast. From American muscle to the exquisite luxury of a Bentley, 2006 Continental Flying Spur. This is the big boy, the big 4-door car that probably is used as a limousine by a lot of people because, you know, this is just, you know, a luxury liner on wheels. Twin turbo, 6-liter W12 engine. A couple of 6-cylinder engines married together, only about 8,100 miles on it, 6-speed automatic. Oh, you can almost smell the leather when you take a look inside the window of that Bentley. All the extras, all the options. And the bid goes on.
Probably
now,
the most remarkable person I have ever worked with in television.
His legacy moving forward as we go by years and decades is going to be that thrill.
There's Scott Hoke behind the wheel of JK's 2020 Corvette, the first item of the JK collection. All of the cars and motorcycles previously owned by our colleague, good friend, and automotive legend, John Kraman.
You know, we talk a lot about the collection as a whole, but each one of these cars just beautifully maintained, prepared, and presented. Just the way that JK would want it. When it came to his vehicles, he was a perfectionist.
John Kraman was a legend.
Quite sure John is beaming down with pride right now. This is exactly how he would want his collection to go to its new home.
And to have his family here.
Generations of Kramans now getting out of the Corvette. His wife Christine, of course, his granddaughter, and Scott Hoke behind the wheel.
You know, it's amazing how many people have come up to offer their condolences to us.
Yeah.
Because it really was like losing a family member.
It's got to be particularly difficult and heartfelt for Scott Hoke, who sat in the chair next to John for many, many, many years. The chair you now sit in, Bill, and a place of honor.
Yeah, and I feel it too. We feel his presence, I especially do. And he was our mentor. He was our compass needle. We followed him wherever he led us.
It features a 6'2", 495.
You mentioned earlier, Bill, that the last auction that John called was right here in Indiana in the fall. And, passed away in January. Still feels like it was yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of people probably didn't know about the pain that he was carrying around with him during those times. And yet we never knew. Yeah, Scott, you've certainly felt it as much as all of us, and certainly right now, just trying to pull yourself together, I can see.
Yep, absolutely. I wasn't sure what I was going to feel there. It was, man, a lot of emotion. There's Ava, his granddaughter, and you guys probably talked about them. Valerie, her mom, John's daughter. And by the way, Ava's going to be putting the sold stickers on the windshields and on the motorcycles. Valerie did that herself as a youngster, 18 years old back in the day, putting the stickers in the windows of these cars.
I just asked JK's sister about the collection. I said, is there a favorite? And she said, with this Corvette, when he could stroke a check for this car, she said he knew he made it. So I'm not sure it was a favorite, but he was very proud of it.
Yeah. Look at that, $75,000.
Well, I mean, the inventory finally hit the streets, and
a couple of bidders, I think, are on the telephone. That's John's sister Tony in the middle,
I'm not sure how much
and one of John's daughters, Nicole, on the far left, along with Christine.
You'll try you see when it hammers on your end.
75 pounds a dollar. 77.5, 80 pounds a dollar. 70, 85, 90, 85, 90, 85, 90,
85. Also, if you look on the right monitor, the right picture, the two gentlemen holding the photo of JK, the guy with the goatee and not much, well, there's a couple of guys with not much hair up top, but the guy with the goatee is Jeff Weinman, who is the longtime drummer in John's band, Redline 7000. And the guy next to him is Sanjay, who's a substitute bass player, as I was on one occasion. And the first of JK's cars sells for $85,000.
Well above what JK paid for the car. He was so proud to option the car exactly the way he wanted it and paid the price he wanted to pay. What a fitting end to that car.
It's also good to see Bob Ashton up on the block, too, the founder and organizer of McCacken Muscle Car and Corvette Nationals show that JK took a lot of pride in participating in year after year. So great to see Bob Ashton up on the block as well.
Bob and John were very, very good friends through the years. Okay, here is car number 2. This is the 72 Corvette that he bought in 2016. And worked so hard to get it ready for Bloomington Gold judging, Bill. And man, as we've discussed privately, he shared that passion and shared the success story of this Corvette.
John was a frequent visitor to Bloomington Gold, the preeminent Corvette event in the entire country. Many times he went there to speak to the attendees, and he was always welcomed with open arms. People love to hear him talk about not only Corvettes, but the collector car market in general. This car, he spent a significant amount of money to have a gentleman not far from where he lives, a very accomplished Corvette expert, to go through the car from front to back, top to bottom, to bring it as close as possible to showroom condition, to take it to Bloomington Gold and get it gold certified. And not all Corvettes achieve gold certification, despite how much work and how much effort go into them, and this one did. And you can only imagine the pride that John took when he received that gold certification.
He's got 62, asking for 65. One more time. Yeah!
67 pounds and out of bed. 67 pounds and out of bed. 65 pounds out of 67 pounds.
There's that vintage 72 plate that you were talking about, CJ.
Yep. This is a small block car, 200 horsepower, 350. It's not a big block car. It's not a muscle car. He bought it for his wife, Christine. Automatic transmission.
I could do 68.
It does have some options in it, but the money we're looking at right now is far and away above what a 72 Corvette with that powertrain would trade for, despite the Bloomington Gold certification.
What do you think, double maybe? At least close to it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's get 70. He's done. Oh!
Guys, I've got to say, the excitement of this auction is everything, isn't it? This is exactly what he would have wanted.
Yes.
Right? It's exactly
It's palpable.
Yes,
You
it's
can feel the energy and the love in the room. Yeah.
John has moved on from beaming down from above to giggling down from above and really enjoying this. This is all for you, JK.
Wow. You know, we sometimes debate whether or not a celebrity connection to a car is going to raise its value. In this instance, I don't think there's any question that John Kraman ownership having a lot to do with the prices paid for the first two Corvettes.
Absolutely. Okay, the 2010 Corvette is coming up to the block. This car, John and Christine kept out on the West Coast, Palm Springs, California, which reminds me of a story that Christine told me last night, actually, at dinner, when John and Christine were out there. Before the 2020s were officially released, they did 3 dealer events in Palm Springs. They had one Corvette, all on one day, by the way. They had one Corvette to go spread around all 3 dealerships. It was the same car. John went to all 3 of those dealer events, and Christine said, hey, I've seen it. You go do your thing, and I'll see you later tonight. And he did. He went out and saw them all.
Boy, that sounds like him, doesn't it? I'll tell you another thing about this Corvette. When he ordered his 2020, he was tormented whether or not to sell his 2010 because he loved this car. Probably the car he put the most miles on, to be honest.
Sure.
And I'm going to take it to Mecum. Yeah, geez, I don't know. I just enjoy the car so much. And he held on to it, and I wish he could have lived longer to enjoy it a little bit more than he did.
You want to give 23 at one time? 23.
3.
Okay.
4. 24. 23.
You're holding at 23.
4 pounds high. 4. Last call.
You're holding.
24.
You're holding.
Sure, all done.
So,
You got it, buddy. You got it.
So, $23,000. Zach from the phone.
Good deal.
I was down there with Frank. Dana was there, and everybody was, as you all would expect, very emotional when these cars came into the building and came to the block. And I must say, it was an honor to drive that first Corvette, that first car.
John Kraman was instrumental in the growth of Mecum Auctions. He had been with the company for so long.
2006.
And when this company began to grow, John Kraman took a lot of pride in the fact that he had some small part in the process, and he spoke of it often.
Yep. He had a huge part, and that's why Dana Mecum immediately put him in that category of a Mecum cornerstone last year. Funny story here on the Mustang GT from 2014, the last year of the S197 platform, and John tossed me the keys to this car a few years back, and he said, hey, let's go. It's manual speed, manual shifted transmission. There you see that gigantic shift knob there, Bill.
Oh, yeah.
And I had a little bit of trouble going from second to third. I couldn't get it right. And John said, you having trouble there going from 2 to 3? And I said, yes, what's wrong? And he said, don't worry about it. That's a known issue with these cars. And I said, I'm so glad to hear that. And there are forums apparently out there with shifting through the low gears.
Congratulations,
and he would know.
Yes, he would. Oh, well done, sir. $25,000 for the 14 GT.
I never got to drive it. I did go for a ride in it. He wanted me to drive it, and as I pointed out, I never drive my friends' cars because I don't want one. So there's some restraint there. But he loved the Mustang.
Well, as much as he loved the Corvette, the blue 2020 Corvette, this car, I think, is quintessential John Kraman. He bought it when he was just 19 years old back in 1976. I had never seen it before last week. It's been garage kept, and it's a 64 Pontiac GTO. He's done a few things to it. No big deal, but it's basically in original condition.
I'm going to laugh. What was one of John's favorite expressions? Never trust a badge. He has Royal Bobcat badges on his GTO. That is not a Royal Bobcat car. Boy, that cracks me up.
Well, and last night it was funny because Valerie had the little tiger tail, and she remembered as a kid, John would put everybody in the car and hang that tiger tail out the trunk and drive it around Rockford, wagging its tail for everybody.
That was the deal with GTO owners.
Absolutely.
That phony tail. Yep, that's the tri-power motor. That's the optional 348 motor. He loved that. Oh, by the way, one time, I forget the auction, we were sitting there before our production meeting began, and he came in, and he sat down, he looked at me, and he said, guess what I just bought? I said, I don't know. I just got a set of original Hurst wheels for my GTO.
Oh.
And I'm assuming they will go with the car. Those are not them there.
Yes.
But he was just absolutely psyched out of his mind to have those wheels.
Mm-hmm. 90 grand at no reserve.
One time. It looks like we're at the end. They probably won't take a one. Yeah. 92.5. 92.5. Yep. That's it. They split it a quarter. Okay.
And I know this car is the one that the girls remember most growing up.
Yeah, this will be the John Kraman top-selling car. And that is convertible money. That is above what you might expect 64 GTO fixed roof to go for, even with that optional tri-power engine. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, we go from the automobiles now to another of John's passions, and that is motorcycles. And we'll begin with the 2003 Harley Davidson FLH TCI Electric Glide. This is an anniversary, a 100th anniversary edition of Harley Davidson with a 1450cc air-cooled twin-cam engine, 5-speed, triple disc brakes, air-adjustable rear suspension on these. Good tunes too, Bill. 40 watts per channel sound system. But the thing about this is, John bought it last January of 2024 at our Mecum motorcycle event in Las Vegas. I'll never forget. He said, before we even were starting television, he said, hey, I've got my eye on an 03 100th anniversary Harley. I think I'm going to get it. And man, he was in the front row.
I remember.
And he was over the moon with this motorcycle, and believe it or not, as much as he likes bikes and has had them over the course of his life, had never owned a Harley before this one. And this just sold for about $9 grand, roughly double of what John paid for it. But John did a lot of work.
Oh, he had someone detail it right to the nines.
He did a lot of work to it to get it street ready.
You know, and
there it is.
I pointed this out too, and it's something that I will never forget about John Kraman. He was just as knowledgeable about motorcycles as he was about automobiles and airplanes.
Airplanes.
Sold airplanes for 20 years.
Airplanes, motorcycles, cars, and guitars.
Guitars.
And occasionally old vintage TV trivia, right?
Yeah, he and I both would go at it any number of times. I'll tell you, he had a life well spent.
Here is a serious cult bike for you. It's a KZ1000 shaft drive from Kawasaki, 1980. That's an inline 4, 83 horsepower. The chain drive was optional on this particular motorcycle, and the Resto-Modders and the Cafe Racers love these. And when the KZ1000 came out in 1977, and for a couple of years, it was the fastest production motorcycle on the planet. And John loved these Japanese motorcycles from back in the 70s and 80s, and we'll see more of that here in a few minutes.
So, $6,000, so $6,000, Nick.
Lot T138, 1994 Kawasaki Concourse. Highly original condition, 4-stroke inline 4-cylinder engine. Gearbox and shaft drive.
So that one sells at $6,000. And a little bit newer motorcycle from 1994. This time it's a Kawasaki Concours. It's 1,000 cc's. You want to talk about a sport touring bike? You're looking at it. It's 120 mile an hour motorcycle. They took the engine out of a Ninja and dropped it in here.
I was just speaking to one of the auctioneers, Scott, and he said, is a very dear friend of John's, and he said, John had an amazing eye for finding things that would hold their value or increase in value over time. And he pointed to the Kawasaki bikes in particular. And I think you're seeing that in some of the prices that John's collection is going for, not only for who he was and for how pristine he kept his vehicles, but for the type of vehicle he had an eye for as well.
No doubt about it. There you see the bags, and Dana Mecum coaching Ava on how to keep up. That's pretty cool.
You mentioned TV trivia, by the way.
Yes.
I could bank on almost every Sunday night getting a text from John telling me
Columbo.
Columbo's coming on. We both love that series, and he wouldn't miss an episode.
Yep. Here's a 99 ZRX 1100, basically a detuned version of the ZX11 Superbike. And here's a little bit to go with what you were saying, Danielle. Cycle World named this motorcycle in 2010. Keep in mind, it was a 10, 11-year-old bike at the time. In 2010, Cycle World called this the best used bike of 2010.
Oh, my goodness.
Absolutely.
And JK knew that.
A badge of honor for sure.
Yeah, he'd be on top of that.
Super high performance bike, and somebody just paid 10 grand for it, and they will ride that one home. Thank you, Ava. Okay, a couple more bikes, 2 Hondas, in fact. The first is a CL350 from 1972, a little 4-stroke parallel twin.
Scott, you mentioned John's knowledge of motorcycles, and you saw it firsthand sitting right alongside him at the Vegas auctions, which are motorcycle only. And it's really incredible that one person could have that much knowledge, because what I witnessed of his knowledge of automobiles was astounding. And then to back that up with the equal amount of knowledge about motorcycles is truly, as I said in his memorial video, it's a master class of automotive and motorcycle, listening to him speak just off the top of his head most of the time about these different motorcycles and automobiles.
He was a sponge with a photographic memory. I firmly believe that.
He was, yes. And one of the most memorable things he said to me when I first started working with you guys, and I thought about it today when I was covering that McLaren, the 675, says, I asked him, what do you want from me? What can I do? He said, Steve, tell the story.
Yes.
Tell the story.
Yes.
And every time when I see a car like that now, I think of that. I will tell the story of the car.
This is an interesting bike because it's incomplete, and you see that reflected in the bidding. John started on it, but as you can plainly see, lots of parts and pieces missing. This is a 72 CL450. That's the scrambler version, the high pipe scrambler, as opposed to the lower pipe, the street version. And as you go around to the other side, you'll see, I believe, there are no pipes on this car, on this motorcycle just yet. See? And a lot of work to be done. John just didn't get around to doing it.
No.
Scott.
And that's okay.
As you said a moment ago, he had a photographic memory, and I asked his bandmate about that. He said, I told John he had a photographic memory. He goes, I don't know about that. I just never forget anything I read.
Yeah, he would disregard that in a heartbeat. Well, there it is. And that wraps up the John Kraman collection. We're going to take a break. I'm going to go down and say, we're not going to take a break. Oh, we are going to take a break. And I'm going to go say hello once again. We'll be back here in a few minutes. We are back in Indianapolis. You see TC and Dave on the right. TC in the ball cap, Dave without. Christine Kraman there on the left. Still quite a gathering of family and friends as we just went through the JK collection. There's Harold Gertis off to the right with the black shirt. That is one of John's best friends here among the Mecum employees.
Yeah, in fact, Scott, a lot of the Mecum people here have not seen John since the last time he was able to join us here to do an auction. So you can imagine the emotion they're feeling.
All right, so let us resume the auction now, our coverage of it anyway, with a 1932 Ford 5-window coupe selling at no reserve.
No hocus pocus here. That's a pretty original looking 5-window coupe you see there. It's got the 221 cube flat head and the 3-speed transmission. And totally original condition and presentation. And these are not trading a lot of money. You know, a lot of charm, a lot of history. 1932, the first year Ford was putting that flathead V8 in their cars. So yeah, that's a period piece, if ever there was one.
Now onto a 40 Ford Deluxe selling at no reserve.
Hot Rod City, all steel body, had an engine swap. 5.7 liter LT4. That's that engine that we remember from 1996, 330 horsepower. It's got headers. That engine's bolted up to an automatic transmission. They've put disc brakes at all 4 corners with a custom stitched leather interior. Been lowered. And the body dimensions have been maintained. No chopping, channeling, nothing like that.
$65,000. By the way, that was really difficult for a lot of people. Thank you for keeping the boat pointed in the right direction, man.
Yeah, well, I won't tell you it was easy.
I know, it wasn't.
But again, I think of JK and how important it would have been for him to see us be able to carry on in his tradition.
No question, no question, and we will do that. Internet has the high bid here at 67 grand.
I think this is the first 40 Ford that we've had, too.
You may be right.
Yeah.
You may be right. It brought a little bit of money here at 67K. Huh?
Yeah, we usually get a few. The very popular platform for hot rodding.
Well, a 40 and a 47. We were talking about this yesterday, Bill, about the ramp up into resumption of production right after World War II. This would be an early production post-World War II car.
Exactly. With some hot rodding. That's old school hot rodding right there. A couple of Stromberg carburetors. Boy, that was the hot rodder's choice back in the day. Those are high compression heads on that Mercury flathead as well. Column shifted 3-speed manual. Look at that. That is an original dashboard, but look at all the bling on that. That was that was scandalous back in 1947. But, and this is kind of the waning days of that fat fender look for Ford, what we call the Porkies, or the big bulbous fenders. By 1949, that had gone the way of all flesh.
Bye-bye. And this one sells at no reserve, $20,000. And so we'll take a quick timeout here as we continue with our Thursday coverage from Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic. Oh, we've got a dandy for you tomorrow. 67 Corvette convertible. Where do I begin? Oh, how about the engine room? 435 horse, 427, 4-speed. Numbers matching. Original body and trim tag. And more, Bill. That is going to bring some serious coin tomorrow.
Yep.
And we will have it for you as usual. Our coverage begins at noon Eastern from here in Indianapolis.
Yeah, right collar, bolt-on wheels. It's fire.
Man. Here is your 59 Bonneville Safari Sport Wagon.
Well, how about this? Are you getting ahead of me?
Oh, no, I'm just, I can't, every time you say, how about this?
Oh, okay.
Everybody's ears perk up.
Well, how about a 1959 Bonneville Safari Sport Wagon with a 389 and tri-power? It's like a GTO engine before there was a GTO. Yeah, about 4,600 of these sport wagons were built back in '59. Again, we talked about that wide-track look on a station wagon. This car is humongous. Look at the size of the luggage rack on the roof.
That is terrific. And it's sold for $40,000.
That's how we got a 446 barrel V8 automatic transmission.
Okay, we got to look at this Roadrunner right now, but that's only half the story. The other half is underneath. I want to show you how clean and sanitary the undercarriage and all the running gear is. There you go. Look at that. Boy, that is well detailed. And you see that even the floor pans have been painted. In fact, the whole superstructure of that car underneath is show ready. And back up top, that is a 446 barrel date code correct V8 with a torque flight automatic and a Dana 60 rear end with 410 gears. Man, that was all a mouthful, huh? It's got that I have to say the word, although I don't like to use it because it's overused. It's got that iconic liftoff hood that we saw in these cars. This is the first year for that 446 barrel engine in the Roadrunner, and it made 390 horsepower, and these were drag strip ready. People would buy these right off the showroom floor, and you're ready to go quarter miling. You'll notice the wheel treatment there, the steel wheels with nothing else except the red line tires wrapped around them.
Hey, this is a real A12 too, man, and we've seen really well done replicas. Guys take, you know, base cars and will make them look like this A12 package, but this has all the ingredients. It listed in the A12 registry. I think you mentioned that, right?
I didn't, but I'm glad you did.
Okay.
Yeah. Plus, this is a torque flight car. And these were incrementally quicker in the quarter mile than the 4-speed cars, unless your name was Ronnie Socks or Herb McCandless. But no, yeah, there was no hiding what these cars were designed to do, and that was to get drag racers all excited about a big block Roadrunner.
Okay, 70 grand or $69,000. 70 was what they were hoping for. And so we will move on to another 64 GTO. And Bill, this is the one we talked about at the beginning of the show that would have been, I mean, this would have sent JK into a tailspin. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, it really is.
Convertible compared to his, but he would certainly approve of this.
Oh, he loved them all. If it's got GTO on it, he is on board. We showed you this at the top of the show, 389 tri-power, 348 horsepower. Of course, the first year for the GTO, 64. And this really set the stage for the whole muscle car era, no doubt about it. It's a 4-speed car, Starlight Black, red interior. Now, John's car sold for $90,000, I want to say.
It was 85.
85, okay. And I said, man, that's convertible money for a hardtop. Let's see what this convertible does.
Oh, you are so right on.
Yeah, they are equitable in condition and powertrain.
Well, not to diminish John's car, but I think this one is in better condition overall.
Yeah, this has had a complete frame-off restoration. Now, John's had a sympathetic frame-on restoration, you might say, and he brought that car all the way back.
You know, one thing we didn't talk about in John's car, there was a cassette player and a little 5-band EQ on that, and it was in that traditional smiley face EQ where you turn the low and the high end up. And
yeah, that's right. That's, again, Kraman all the way.
Yep, that's so funny. Well, here we go, 72,000, and that 64 convertible sold. Let's go to Chris Jacobs now, standing by over in the 303 staging lane once again.
Thanks, Scott. I got a cool one that we saw a little bit of yesterday, but I want to give you a little bit more in-depth preview of this car because it is definitely a sleeper. 1933 Dodge 6, which originally came with a 6-cylinder motor, but that is no longer the case. Check out what the consigner and builder has done with this. Yep, that's a 6.1 Hemi motor under the hood here, made it to a 5-speed automatic with overdrive out of a 2005 Durango. So all Mopar drivetrain, but certainly not what came originally in this car. Absolutely gorgeous build here, tube chassis, all of the modern amenities inside. You're getting a look at that great custom interior. The wheels are beautiful. This color, Razzle Red, I believe it's called. Just get the name of it because it is cool. Razzling red over red zone black metallic. What a great two-tone paint job. Suicide doors, of course. And the gentleman opening the door here is the builder and owner. This is Bob. And he's probably sad to see this one go across the block, but I'm sure he's going to be happy when he sees the hammer price. He just said his wife's going to be happy to see it go across the block.
Hey, I love that engine, man. That's a 6.1. You see the chromed intake on it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, that's an extra step.
At least one. All right, thank you, Chris, out in the 303 staging lane. Well, we're going to pick up with a pickup, and is it Silverado o'clock again?
Oh,
no,
try to parse that sentence.
Just one.
2011 Silverado LSV8. They put Yanko-style stripes and embroidered headrests on this truck. That's clever.
Yeah.
Set of headers, Whipple supercharger. A little bit more moxie there. It's been lowered a little bit. There's a lowering kit underneath with Willwood disc brakes. And those are Vision Legend Series wheels, 22-inch diameter. And boy, they definitely do the trick, huh? The color matching on the spokes with the rest of the truck, soft tonneau cover. That is immaculate. Boy, that Yanko stripe, that'll get a double take from people.
You know, it's fun. I was just thinking the same thing, that you add that, you add the little badge up there.
It looks real. It looks like,
it does
oh,
look
I didn't know Yanko built a truck.
Exactly. It attracts attention, but it gives it just a little extra, you know, sass,
uniqueness.
If you will.
Yes. I hear you.
32 grand is the bid. Alex McLaughlin now, our auctioneer, and he hammers it there at 32.
The third example of the cubic inches not being reflective on the badging.
Oh, yes.
The first 100 427 Cobras had 427s. After that, they had 428s, and the 427 badge was not changed. So there you go. They were sneaky back then, that's for sure. You didn't know what you were getting unless you knew what you were getting.
Who was it that famously said? Michael Keaton famously said 220, 221, whatever it takes.
That was him.
Right?
Yep.
Hey, here is an El Camino now. First one of these we've seen at Indy this week. 37,000 on this 1967 Elky. I'm curious what this has for power, Bill.
405 small block with 445 horsepower and 547 pound-feet of torque. Oh, this is killer. AFR heads, Edelbrock intake with a Holley carburetor. It's got a camshaft in it with roller rockers, headers. And again, the exterior of the truck, yeah, it's been tricked out a little with the wheels, but ooh, there's real danger lurking under the hood, believe me.
Perfect stance.
Yeah, exactly, and that's thanks to the almighty Hotchkiss suspension system that's underneath. And I'm anxious to see what the value of El Caminos will be once the new ones hit the streets. I'm holding out, man.
Well, I think we'll all find out together.
Oh, I can't wait. I want a new one.
All right, yesterday Chris Jacobs was over in the State Farm booth and tracked down this 1956 Chevy 210. And look at those injector stacks and all the work and paint and man hours that went into dressing up that engine room, Bill.
Valve covers, alternator, the AC compressor, inside, glove, soft leather, special console. There you see the shifter. Just admire this car. This car will do all the talking. That was a Tremec, by the way. 5-speed connected to the shifter that you saw. All upgraded parts in the powertrain, all high-performance parts that have been installed and assembled with almost aircraft precision. And I am so glad to see cars like this still being built. People are still going to the shoebox Chevys and going wild with them.
I agree.
Yep.
Look at this. We're in the mid-hundreds at 160.
Dakota Digital Gauges has an Alpine stereo system in it. Those are Butnick wheels. 18-inch diameter Butnicks.
Wow.
Thank you, sir.
Ceramic coated custom exhaust. They've got MagnaFlow mufflers as well.
You will have to spend at least $200,000 to own that, I bet.
160 is not going to be enough. That we do know. So we'll move on to 1965 Corvette. And you might be able to tell by the wheel and tire treatment that there's a little bit extra going on with this car. Certainly the 67 big block hood.
You are Captain Obvious today, I'll tell you. That Corvette has had a lot of makeovers everywhere, engine-wise. 6.2 LS, 6L80E automatic transmission. That 6 is a 6-speed transmission with 1 overdrive gear. Custom chassis, C4 suspension, coilovers, Wilwood brakes. I keep going. Power rack and pinion steering. Has vintage air conditioning. That's a 67 Stinger hood. We can all recognize that. And 67 side louvers and 67 taillights and billet specialty wheels riding on Nitto tires.
And they've added a custom 67 interior to this car as well.
This is happening, you know, with regular frequency now. These mid-year Corvettes getting the total Resto Mod makeover.
Yep.
And the workmanship on 99.9% of them all show-worthy.
120 if I got 100.
All extremely well done.
110 will work.
110
will work. Real money.
110 buys it today, Alex.
10?
Correct.
Okay, Mecum roll. You're the high bid, Ryan, at $82,000. That does not buy the vehicle. However, if you bid $110,000, raise your bid to $110,000, that will buy it.
That
110, sir.
is also known as the Mecum rule.
$110,000. $110,000 will buy it. 110.
Boy, I'd love to see it happen, man. That's a big leap. How cool would that be?
Oh, my goodness. That would, I think, set a Mecum rule record, actually.
Yeah, it might.
Still going to have to close the bid right for now. For right now, we're closing the bid. $82,000.
Okay, they're thinking about it, I think, and now that everybody knows what it takes, or closer to what it takes, there might be some activity over at Bid Goes On. And if we get any breaking news, hold on. Oh, my goodness. Speaking of breaking news, right now let's talk about breaking news. They ended up selling it for $82,000.
Wow.
Wowzers.
They got the
is
consignor
right.
to cut it loose. What do you know?
Wow.
Surprise,
okay.
surprise. Yeah.
No doubt. Okay. Well, after that 65/67 Corvette, let's move to a 2022 GT500, Shelby GT500 here, Bill.
Yeah, we had one yesterday. It was the 2021. We mentioned how difficult they were to get. By 2022, yeah, maybe it was a little easier to get on board. The one yesterday did not have what was called the golden ticket. That is the carbon fiber track pack. This one has it. These cars totally redefined the Shelby Mustang, a 760 horsepower Mustang, and this one with only 81 miles on the odometer. You know, I kind of hesitate to use the word iconic, and the color of this car is iconic silver. I think they did that on purpose.
But that's their choice of name, right?
Right, that's theirs, but they're just trying to get me to say it, that's all. That is one bad to the bone engine in there, that 5.2 supercharged V8.
$100,000, and we will step away here from our live coverage in Indy on ESPN+. More coming up.
Welcome back to Mecum Indy, and a prime example of boys love their toys. I give you this 1969 GMC 1500 pickup, only 867 miles. This gorgeous moss green exterior just had a frame-off restoration, dressed as a Chevrolet. You got horses under the hood, 350 of them, V8 power, and the Skyjacker suspension, guys. I only come to about the side mirror. I'm 5'5", so a good question is, well, how do you get in and out of these? I'd love to buy it for my husband. He'd love me forever if I came home with this. But how do I get in and out, Scott? I'm gonna need a ladder, a step stool, some kind of booster seat, some kind of help. I don't think it was made for folks like myself, but I could see this going home with a very tall man, perhaps, that's going to buy it very soon. It's about to enter the block in just a moment. I love the big tires, wheels, color. It is stunning and perfection front to back.
Oh, Danielle, little mini trampoline, and you're ready to go.
Yeah.
And I think that totally suits her, don't you?
By the way, Danielle, yes, your husband's going to love you forever, no matter what you come home with. Doesn't matter.
This one especially, though, guys, wow, wow, wow.
It's coming into the building right now, and as we get set to continue, we want to welcome in one of our spectacular auctioneers to our coverage today, Matt Morveck. They call him Matt the Hat, and that's why we thought about a special headset for you, Matt, that you could wear with the cowboy hat, but we can't find one. So
that'd be one heck of a headset.
Absolutely. Well, Matt's going to give us his expert insight into some of the things that are happening on the auction block. And Matt, we're going to start with 1963 Corvette convertible, and I want you to kind of take us through what you're seeing with regard to what Alex McLaughlin, who is actually auctioning this car, is seeing as well.
Sure. So as you just heard, Abby just gave the description of the car, and if I was in Alex's position, I'd be looking at the car, I'd be listening to everything that she says in the description of the car. Growing up, having grown up a little bit in a body shop back in the early days, I tend to take those conditions in accordance with what I value a car at. But you're going to see three different values. You're going to see the value that the owner has for Protect, the value that I have in my head, and then the value that the crowd is going to want to give for this car. And hopefully, if these stars align, we can make this work. But in the bidding process, you'll see us work that value or work that bidding value up to where we think we we need somebody to come in in order to make a bid that will willingly buy that car that the owner will accept. That can be a tricky process at times, but with a lot of these professional buyers here, and as well as a lot of the novice buyers, our professional staff will help you in doing that and making sure that you're in where you need to be and where you're comfortable to be in order to get that car bought.
Well, and speaking of that, not from the buyer's perspective, but Kirk Delzell is with the consignor, making sure that he's comfortable on that end, right?
That's true. Now, there are a lot of people have different expectations when they come in through the door. They've watched us in the past and they've seen like automobiles sell for different prices, and as well as you know, the market tends to change. There's trends and sways in the market where things go up high and low, but reality comes when that car crosses the auction block, and when it comes across the auction block, that crowd is going to determine, and this auction company is going to determine what the market is that day. And if they want to go ahead and take the gain, take the loss, that's up to their discretion.
Well, we just saw the bid go on that 63 Corvette.
So, Matt, in my travels, I've been up there on the Auctioneer stand, and do you have like a screen of some kind? I don't want you to give away any trade secrets, but there's a screen up there. What is that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that tells you?
There's a laptop screen up here that shows the proxy bids and the internet bids and how many people are enabled at the time when the internet comes in. Currently, we have one person enabled on the internet right now that is interested in that car. As soon as they click in at the asking price, there's another circle up here that shows us that internet bid is engaged.
Okay.
We do tend to have proxy bids as well.
Boy, you've got to really be on your toes up there to watch your bidder assistants, the bidders. The screen is telling you some things.
Yes, absolutely. You're watching all your bidders assistants. You're watching the seller's ambassador. You're also, maybe listening to something that Frank has to say on it, because there's always some inside information on something, as we all know in the auction world. But yeah, you're listening and looking at many different facets throughout the process. It is overwhelming for a novice auctioneer to come up here and be comfortable in this position. It's taken a long time. I've been here. Next month it'll be 25 years for me.
Wow.
Alex has been here close to 20. We've been on the floor in the ringman's perspective in order to give us the encouragement and the capability and the preparation to come up here and do this job. It's not something that very many people in this world can just naturally step into. There's a lot of things, and plus, it's kind of like putting a team together. You're only as good as you practice. So we've had a lot of practice. This team's been together, and we're a road crew that travels together. Every month we see one another. I see these guys more than I see my own family.
Yes, I know.
Well, as a two-time world auctioneering champion, sir,
thank you.
You've probably gotten into the groove up there much better than a novice.
I've had a lot of good help. I had a lot of good mentors up here. I was brought up in the business, so I've been blessed to have been lifelong prepared to be in this spot.
I think when we first started, Matt, with television in 2008, you were still out on the floor as a bidder assistant, right?
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was many, many moons ago.
Yes, indeed.
It's been fun, though. I did learn a lot being on the floor, though. That was very rewarding for me, and that's the continuation of the auction profession for auctioneers, is to be on the floor and work under somebody that can guide you and teach you the ins and outs of this business. You also get to know the people when you work on the floor. You get to know the sellers and you get to know the buyers, and you get to know what their likes and their dislikes are, and that's a lot for up here, is knowing our clientele. That's key. That's apex.
But to pick up on your point now, auctioneers are kind of like disc jockeys. You all have your own styles.
Sure.
Your style is such a departure from Jimmy Landis, who's really one of the best that we've ever seen. So is it unusual for an auctioneer to have his own kind of rap, you might say?
Oh, yeah, for sure. There's several different cadences. I grew up in the I was just going to say the auction business, but I grew up doing household auctions, farm machinery, I grew up, I was a sale barn rat, so I sold cattle and everything. There's different cadences and there's different roles. And this, this mainly professional buying crowd, you can be more machine gun. But back home, you're selling cattle. I'm 230 pound of the pound, take it to the pound, 7, having 1 or 2, 40, 2 to the pound, pair, 5 pound, kind of rocking chair, champ down, pine, 7 half pair. So it's different styles for different rooms. But all of that, growing up in all those different facets of the industry really did prepare me for being up here, because there are times where we really want to hammer and we really want to roll some steel. Then there's other times where we maybe, during the Kraman collection, we slowed things down. We let people savor that moment because John was such a huge part of the show. And there's a call for that. And that's something you can't teach that in a classroom. That's something that has to come naturally from the head and from the heart. And that's knowing the people that involved in this company. You know when to go and you know when to whoa. And I think Russ handled that pretty well today. We slowed things down. We savored that moment for John.
You know what? And I noticed that. And I hope people at home notice that as well. You guys really took your time and gave both the cars, but John's legacy its due. And we appreciate that.
Yeah. John always told me before, right before we'd come up, he'd say, Matt, let's rock and roll. And we did. We rocked a little bit. We rolled a little bit. We had fun, but I think the family enjoyed it. The crowd enjoyed it. And I hope the viewing audience really appreciated how much effort we put into that collection and how much John put into putting it together. And it's that moment that you only see that one time in your life.
Oh, so no doubt about it.
Yeah. Rock and roll, John.
All right, we've got a 66 Chevelle SS with reserve off, and we're about to sell this, but I want to kind of tee up this next vehicle. This is the truck that Danielle previewed, and what I think we might want to do, Matt, is just kind of listen to the bidding process, and then on the other end of it, can you kind of give us a post-mortem, if you will, as to what we just witnessed?
Sure, absolutely.
Here we go.
100,000 did you pay? Did you want to give 7 day pie? 7 day pie, 7 day pie, give 50. 15,000 to the pay. Did you want to give 20, 30, 30, 30, 40, 30,000, 40,000 did you want to pay? 30 here, 35,000, 40,000, 40,000, 40 paid, 45,000, 40 paid, 45,000 to the pay. Another truck here, give 45,000, 45,000 to the net. 45, did you want to bid the pie? Anywhere around the pie, 45,000, 45, 50, 50,000 did you want to pay? 50 paid, did you pay? Did you want to give 15,000, 45 here, 50,000 did you pay? Did you want to pay? 50,000 to the net, did you want to give 50, now 50, 15,000, anybody on hand, did you want to get 50, now 50, now 5 rapper now, 50 pay, 55, did you want to give a 5, 52, now 5, 55,000, 55 pay, 55 pay, 55,000, anyway, 55, 7, 57,000, 57 pay, 7,000 to the net, now 60, 60,000, reserve is off, 16,000 to the pay, 16 pay, 16,000 to the net, did you want to give a 60, 60,000 anyway, did you want to give a 60, now 60, now 2, 16 2, did you want to bid a 2, you're out here, sir, 16 2, 16 pay, did you want to give a 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, anyway, did you want to bid a 2, I'm 16,000 to the here, did you want hand, did you want to give a 2, anybody else, 16,000 2, anyway, did you want to bid 62,000 to the pay, did anybody want hand, did you want to give 62? Sold $16,000. Sold $16,000. Paul got it.
Okay, Alex did a A1 job of selling that truck. What he did was he came out asking the reserve about the reserve price of that pickup, and then worked his way down into an entry price, where you'll find a lot of people they'll always want to be that first bid. They may not necessarily be your last, and those were your entry level bidders at 20, 25, and 30,000. The serious bidders came in the 40s, and there was two gentlemen in the same section right in line with one another that slowed it down towards the end, and they started to give those single bids, and that's okay, where you're at 48, 9, and 50, and so on and so forth, where you're moving your way up in the bidding process. From the seller standpoint, he's going to see that. He's going to see, okay, well, I've got more than one, maybe 2, maybe 3 people interested in the bidding at the latter part of that bidding stage. And he's going to recognize that's the market today for that pickup. So he's just going to go ahead and make that realization in his mind. That's what it's worth today. So I'm going to go ahead and take the reserve off, and then I'll let them two battle it out after that. And that's really what happened there. That's naturally what happened, and that was a textbook maneuver on selling that pickup. You see that 90% of the time.
Excellent. That's the word I was going to use as well, Matt, textbook.
Yes.
As we check out the Camaro. Here's my question. What do you do when you have a guy waving at his buddy across the room, and you're in the middle of a six-figure car, and somebody's waving at George across the, not George, Boswell.
Oh yes. If I had $1 for every time that happened, we'd be up all night, Scott. Yeah, it happens, and again, as professionals in this room, you normally you do recognize that, but it does tend to happen. That's all we do is we say, okay, we had a waiver, and you take it back to that last bid where you're at, and make sure that buyer's still comfortable with that bid, because a lot of people think there might be some chicanery going on, but it does happen a lot here. It happens all the time. You got people coming into the room, hi honey, I'm over here, and they're on their phone. How many times have you seen a guy on his phone waving at somebody? That's a great place to do that, is in a collector car auction. Be on your phone waving at your buddy. So it happens.
All right. The Camaro sold, by the way, $22,500, and a really cool car that we have previewed for you already. Folks at home is on the block now. And it's that 1933 Dodge with the 6.1 liter Hemi.
Yeah, this is a hot one right here. Great workmanship on this. As you can see, I love looking at that engine. Man, that 6.1 with everything polished out to a high sheen. Matt, I got to ask you this. In your experience, when the reserve comes off, what would you put as a percentage of how many times we see accelerated bidding after the reserve does come off?
After the reserve, a high amount. Really, in a good hot market, you'll see that reserve come off, and you'll see that car, bring tens of thousands more after that. Now, right now, I would say the market's in a little bit more of a reset, where you see the reserve come off, but it's come off because we've come to the end of that bidding process, and that's it. The other guy's done, and it's just a point of whether that owner wants to take that reserve off. Now, you do see every once in a while somebody reconsider, but the crowd's they've been fairly hungry for this week in Indy. You do see both sides. It just kind of really depends on where it's at. And some people are just curious, where can I stop and where can it come off at?
Well, the reserve's off on this Dodge. 6 figures on the money.
$105,000. Sold $100,000. Sold $100,000. Drinks Brackwell.
Now offering T1.
Really nice. And that makes it hard for me, how many times you see a 33 Dodge, but then they put a Hemi in it as well.
Yeah.
And all that figure, and that's where I like that, where I grew up in that body shop, was what it costs to put it together. The time, the labor, and everything. And that does make it sometimes really, really hard to guess from up here. So.
Well, we'll move on, and the last vehicle before we let you go, you get back to work, Matt, 71 K5 Blazer. But your adrenaline has got to get amped up just a little bit when you see a vehicle on the block that has to be mid 6 figures, even 7 figures. We might see those tomorrow and Saturday.
Yes.
The adrenaline, right?
Oh, for sure. That's what a lot of people say. Auctioneers run on adrenaline, and they should. This is auction entertainment. We have to propel our energy in a way through that microphone to keep that crowd engaged, keep everybody on the edge of their seat. You don't want to put everybody to sleep. You don't want to slow things down. We talked about that, speeding things up and slowing things down, but you don't slow it down to a point where you just get the whole room disinterested. You have to keep them engaged, and you have to keep the viewing audience engaged too. And you're moving things along. That's what it takes to keep it moving.
Absolutely right. Well, hey, it's been a pleasure to have you with us, man.
Thank you guys. It's been fun.
Yeah. Bid goes on the pickup truck, and we love the insight. Love having you here, and we'll see you next time you get up to the auction.
Thank you, guys. It's been fun.
Auction platform. Back in a moment on ESPN Plus. We're at the Indiana State Fairground in the Coliseum here. Long history of sports and music and political speeches and all kinds of stuff. Hockey and everything. And right now, let's go over to the 303 staging lane and catch up yet again with Chris Jacobs. You are having too much fun out there, my friend.
Scott, there's so much good stuff out here. It's unbelievable. Look at this gorgeous 1962 Plymouth Savoy, sporting the top engine option of that year, the 413 Max Wedge. Unbelievable. And you know what? That is the original block that came from the factory with this car. In fact, those are the original Carter carburetors that came from the factory with this car. So well done in black, backed up by a 3-speed manual transmission. You're getting a look at it there. Bench seat with the shifter, black and silver interior, poverty caps over those paint-matched wheels. Man, is this a cool car, and just absolutely would dominate the drag strip back in the early 60s. Now, the name Plymouth Savoy has some interesting origins as well. It was actually named for the Savoy Hotel in London. How about that, Scott?
I love it.
Oh, thank you for showing us that car. Chris Jacobs is taking me back. That was the drag racing kingpin for Chrysler back then, the Cross Ram, Carter carburetors, that, a 3-speed manual. They didn't have 4-speed yet. They came in a little bit later, but you're right. This was a car that the 409s and the 406 Fords had to deal with, and man, that one is presented perfectly. I love it.
Built number 17 of the 23 registered survivors known.
Oh.
And yeah, this is just an extreme example. Gorgeous car.
Yep. Okay, gorgeous car here on the block. Thank you, Chris. On the block, let's go to 1966. It's a Fairlane GT. It's a convertible.
And it's a big block.
And it's a big block and a 4-speed, too.
S code 390, yeah. One of 4,327, but who's counting? GT convertibles produced in 1966. Original build sheet, so we know how that came from the factory. There's a shot of the interior with a 4-speed shifter. 1966, the 390, that was not the biggest engine you could get in that Fairlane. You get a 427 in 1966. And a lot of these high-performance Ford Fairlane GTs are trading at very reasonable prices. And the condition of this car certainly bespeaks its previous ownership. Very well presented, and it sells for a mere $30,000.
Right behind that one is a 68 Galaxy 500. Fastback configuration, another 390.
This one with an automatic, pretty original too. Let's sneak under the hood. There you see that 390. Various horsepower ratings coming under that 390 for all the years that Ford was using that. Now here it is in a Ford Galaxy 500. Find them in Mustangs, and the Mercury's had 390s. You know, we have seen automatic, yeah, power steering, air conditioning, and the original AM radio from Philco, a division of the Ford Motor Company, and Magnum 500 wheels as well. And if you need more documentation and you'd like to know more about the history of the car, it comes with the deluxe Marty report. Thank you, Kevin Marty, and his wife Shelley down there in El Mirage, Arizona. What would we do without you? And we're trying to authenticate the originality of any Ford.
24. Here we go. At 23, now 4. I have out of the bag of the baby to get on 3, 4.
No reserve.
So $23,000, Ryan.
No problem. Sold it for 23.
W25, a Rocket 350 V8 automatic with factory air, no reserve.
No reserve, Abby.
And so we will move to 1975 Olds, Hurst Olds, W25.
Oh my, so many things happening with Oldsmobile muscle cars between 1964 all the way up to 1986. Hurst Olds is a car that kind of saved the 442. Oldsmobile kind of got out of the 442 business. After 1971, Hurst jumped in, started building these. This is a W25 350 small block engine. They called it the Rocket 350 with Oldsmobile branding, automatic transmission, and that Hurst dual gauge shifter. Very popular back in the day, and this one with T-tops. Those are also Hurst pieces. They install those T-tops on behalf of the folks at Oldsmobile. Swivel bucket seats, rare option, and a tilt steering column.
You're out internet 25.
So if you don't have everything adjusted and locked, you'd be moving around quite a bit. Swivel bucket, steering wheel going back and forth.
Like driving a boat.
Yeah, you'd have to have everything locked and loaded.
25, 26. Here we go. 25, 6. Anybody else?
Yeah, quite a history for the 442 and the Hurst Oldsmobile. Hurst Olds born in 1968, a real muscle-tussle car with 390 horsepower, but by 1975, yeah, the tide was going out.
Thank you for continuing the boat reference there.
I picked up on that.
Well, no doubt about it, one of the most impressive quartets of cars is from the Florida collection, a 2021 Mercedes-Benz AMG GTP 1 Edition, an Aston Martin V12 Vantage from 23, also Ferrari in their SF90 Stradale, and another Ferrari, the SF90 Spider from 2024, and those four and lots of zeros will be following them to the block on Saturday. There's the Aston. Look at that.
And that is all sports car.
Man, oh man. It is indeed. And there's the Spider with the Stradale there on the left.
Hey, can I give a quick shout out to our production team at Mecum for these previews that we see all the time?
Yes, yes.
How beautifully shot and edited they are.
And well deserved the shout out, indeed. Our crew is absolutely spectacular at what they do, and making these cars just pop off the screen for you guys at home. 2007 Shelby GT500 now on our block, and there you see the current bid. Oh, are we looking at a basically brand new 07 GT500?
2,200 miles.
Ah.
Yeah, boy, this was an important car for Ford and Shelby. Back in 2007, Ford and Shelby decided, you know what? Let's work together again. Let's make some money. And so this represented kind of like the mending of the fences here. These cars were fast, 500 horse, 5.4-liter supercharged V8. This with a 6-speed manual transmission. Suspension, yeah, that is a firm ride. SVT tuned suspension with Brembo brakes. Those are 20-inch chrome, 5-spoke wheels. Fast, but plush and comfortable, and they can handle. 5-tool player right there. Acceleration, top speed, handling, braking, and styling. You're looking at it. These stickered, by the way, for just about where the bidding is right now. But with that ultra-low mileage, I'm not surprised.
Sold 58,000 upstairs, Jenny.
All right, a little up in the grandstand, if you will. Jenny Gell back there, helping out the new owner of that GT500.
Triple black. Love it. Me too.
Here is a 62 Impala Super Sport, and the cubic inch horsepower combination is the stuff of legends, Bill. That 409 with 409 horsepower.
1962, my old friend Hayden Prophet, the late great drag racer, had a 62 409 Impala and won stock eliminator at the U.S. Nationals right here in Indianapolis. This one is not a race car. This is all original 409, 409, and factory 4-speed. Red on red. It has the full wheel covers with white wall tires, pretty much the way it would have looked when delivered from your local Chevy dealer.
And those little creases in the hardtop that kind of give you the impression that it wants to be a convertible. You know what I mean? We see that from time to time. That's cool.
Yeah, predominantly the GM cars back in the day. The Pontiacs had them. You'd see them on Oldsmobiles.
Kind of subtle, but a cool touch. Wonder who came up with that idea.
Probably Harley Earl.
That's the default answer, right?
Well, although he was gone in 1959, a lot of the things that he came up with wound up remaining in production.
Last call, I have 72,000. Sold 70,000.
All right, there you go. 70,000.
1970 Pontiac GTO Judge, a factory ram.
That will buy the Impala. Here's another Judge, or another GTO rather. This one is a 1970 Judge with Ram 3 power, 4-speed, Bill.
Real Judge. This is a real deal Ram Air 3 4-speed Judge. And it's been rotisserie restored, factory color combination of the polar white with the red interior. Ram Air 3, 366 horsepower, which is a great example of why I have said that you cannot believe the horsepower ratings from cars from the muscle car era. I'm telling you, they were just playing, can you top this? This engine makes more than 366. And you know, the Ram Air 4 was rated at 370. You're trying to tell me the difference between a Ram Air 3 and a Ram Air 4 is only worth about 4 horsepower? I don't think so. But great looking Judge that is not going to sell right now. We'll see what happens if the bid goes on.
Yep, 85 grand. Are you on your soapbox?
I am kind of.
A little bit.
I'm kind of getting my grumpy old man thing going here.
Oh. Well, I've got a car that will change your attitude pretty quickly here, Bill, I think. 1964 Chevy 2 Nova wagon with a little 327 and a 4-speed backing that up.
I call this addition by subtraction. Not a lot of fancy overthinking went into this build. 327, yeah, that's that classic small block that pretty much built the entire street performance industry back in the 1960s. Edelbrock for providing the intake and the carburetor and the air cleaner. M20 4-speed transmission. That is the wide ratio Muncie transmission. 12-bolt positive traction rear end. The gears are 342. Good intermediate gear, I guess. But very simplified in terms of the exterior looks. Got rally wheels on it that always look good and everything. And that meadow green, light metallic paint. If I had that station wagon, I'd put some red line tires on.
Ooh, that's a great idea.
Yep, I think that would work
perfect. Oh.
Yep. Set of headers on there have been ceramic coated, by the way. Dual exhaust. Yeah, not a big money build, but all the money was spent on all the right things.
That's where we're at. Correct. 45 to you?
How about 46 to me? I'd lose $480.
47, 48. Reserves off.
Okay, reserve comes off.
Reserves off. 47, 48. At 47, 8. Out of the bag of the bound. Thank you. At 47, 8.
See if that gentleman in the upper left gets it.
So 47,000.
He does indeed at 47,000.
You finally listened to an auctioneer.
See, you've got a car that doesn't have a big block, it doesn't have a lot of aftermarket suspension and disc brakes, things like that, which allows you to buy it for less than $50,000 and still have a great street machine.
Our next car is a 1974 Corvette convertible. It's wearing the hardtop here, Bill, and it's a little bit of an oddity. Don't know how much it's going to affect the value, if at all, but it's one of a couple hundred that were sent to Canada after it was finished at the assembly line.
We send them Corvettes, they send us Celine Dion. What is wrong with this?
Well, I didn't think you were going to go there, but
well, maybe I'm
it's
getting
okay.
grumpy again. I don't know. Yeah, this is a big block car. This is the final year for the 454 and the Corvette. I had a 74 Corvette this color, but I had the 350. But
okay.
Yeah, this one's a little quicker. Not dramatically so, because the 454 was really toned down by 1974. And off the top of my head, I want to say 220 horsepower maybe. But it's got an M21 4-speed. That's a close ratio, Muncie. 336 positive traction rear end. power steering and brakes, which just about every Corvette in this particular time period had those. Tilt telescopic steering column as well.
39,000, right? 39.
And that is the matching numbers 454, by the way.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, high bid on that big block 74 at $35,000. All right, it is Mopar time, and a little custom Mopar as well. A Barracuda from 1969.
Yeah, Scott, this is kind of like the forgotten Barracuda. Remember, 1970 is, you know, it's all we see now with those Hemi cars and the six-pack cars. This is the 69 from a private collection. It's got a 426 in it. Yep, 13-to-1 compression. Wow. W2 heads as well. Cross-ram intake, you probably got a quick look at that. It's got an automatic transmission. You might have to add octane boost to that engine. I don't know. 93 octane is going to work with 13-to-1, but who knows? With the technology they have in engine building now, you probably might be able to get away with it. Big heavy-duty Dana 60 rear end, 456 gears. Oh man, that thing will launch on you.
Well, and another perfect example of what John Kraman always used to say: don't trust a badge. That 340S badging, disregard.
Yep, it's not there. I don't see it.
It brought a high bid of $40,000, and we will take a break and return to Indy in just a moment. Stay with us. We are back at Indy at Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic. And we've got a potential big money car here on the block, Bill Stevens, in a 2005 Ford GT, but not just any 2005 Ford GT.
Yeah, and all the proceeds here being donated to curing kids' cancer. That, I think, is terrific. Get a close look at this, you know, and look at the signatures. Why are there autographs on the cover there? Well, because this is the last pre-production Ford GT in 2005 before regular production began, which means you're going to probably find a lot of unique pieces on this that did not make it into production. That's what usually happens. In fact, this car was sent to SVT Engineering, and they were exploring the possibility of producing a Mark II Ford GT with various prototype parts. Some made it into the regular production and some did not. And that will make this Ford GT pretty much a one of one, if you take that into consideration.
And look at this. It's selling at no reserve, and you've already mentioned that it's benefiting curing kids' cancer, which we are all 100% behind. But look at this, $300,000 already at no reserve.
And Scott, how about a Ford GT with over 48,000 miles? Getting that kind of bidding.
Yes.
And let me quickly mention, it also has all four options, as we like to point out. Has the lightweight wheels, painted brake calipers, the rally stripes or Le Mans stripes, and the Macintosh stereo.
You know, I was talking about this with Grania Owen, who is the founder of Curing Kids Cancer. And the discussion was, you weigh the two factors here, the prototype versus the high mileage, and how does that balance out? I mean, normally we don't see Ford GTs with 48,000 miles, not even close to it.
No, you're right. But the magic of a car, a Ford GT that has that speciality of being a prototype that, you know, and the last one before regular production as well, is something I think the collector would take a close look at.
We're at 350.
Gavels up, gavels high. 360. Give 360.
There we go.
Hey, Mitch, give 400,000.
Let's ring some more bells.
Well, give 375. 360's bid. 375. 360. 375. 300.
That
I thought it'd
midnight
bring
blue metallic bill with the white stripes is just spectacular, isn't it?
Can't think of a better color.
360. 375. 375. Now 400,000.
400.
Now 400,000. Now
400. For Kieran Kids Cancer.
$400,000. $400,000.
What do you think?
$400,000 saves 16 kids.
Yes!
Wow.
450.
That is fantastic.
You know, Jimmy, I thought it might bring 500 as well. 450. 400. 450. 400. 450,000. Anybody else? Thank you very much, Mitch. 400. $450,000. Last call. 450. Give a big round of applause. So,
I love it.
Oh, boy. How many kids will be cured because of what just happened?
That's awesome.
400,000 at no reserve.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
For that 2005 prototype Ford GT. That is fantastic. That's a highlight.
You know what? We've had quite an emotional day today, haven't we, huh?
Very true, brother. Very true. Here is a 1968 GT500 convertible up on the block now, and another car bidding into the six-figure territory.
Yep, Ford high performance continues. 68 Shelby GT500. This is not a KR, so it has the 428 Police Interceptor V8 engine, rated at 335 horsepower, which the Cobra Jet engine was rated at. So again, don't get me going on horsepower. 402 of these were built in 68, and this has rare factory air conditioning in a Shelby convertible. It's also a 4-speed car, Raven Black, as you can see. And that surfboard that isn't there was on there earlier. Someone's out surfing, I guess. Where do you go surfing in Indiana?
Nowhere to my knowledge.
Yeah, I wouldn't think. But anyway, there is a surfboard, custom surfboard, with the car's ID number, which is included with this automobile. Those are those. Yep.
Look at the bidding.
Look at the bidding. Approaching $300,000. And we're there. Once again, it reflects the condition, the rarity of the car. One of 402 that were built, and all of the final detailing on the car is ready for, the Shelby convention.
305 is bid. The reserve is off. This is our top seller thus far. Oh, I'm sorry, number 2 behind
the Ford GT.
The Ford GT.
Yeah.
Yes.
$335,000.
Those full mag wheels, the Mag Star, they're called. The raised white letter tires.
330, 340, 330, baby, when you get 340.
We're at 340, asking 350.
And 350,000, when you get 350, 60,
Telephone and in-person bidding happening here. The way we're going, we might crack 400.
Right, now we're out again.
Yeah, don't touch that dial.
375, I can get you. You got 370.
375. I got 375. Are you done? Thank you.
Wow.
That did it. We got it. Congratulations.
$375,000 on a beautiful 68 GT500.
Yeah, beautiful. What an understatement that is. Maybe one of the best ones we've seen in a very long time.
Was I being Captain Obvious again there?
I got a little bit, but you know what? It's that kind of day. Emotions are taking us over.
Very true. All right, here is a GT500 Heritage Edition from 2022.
Watch what happens on the bidding here, Scott. 19 miles on the odometer. This is the Heritage Edition in Brittany Blue. And I'll quickly go through that hardware. It's a 5.2-liter supercharged V8 with 760 horsepower. And this Shelby Mustang, again, was such a hot item when it came along, well, just a few years ago. It's hard to imagine what life was like before they built this car, because it really set the bar for Shelby Mustangs at a whole new level. A lot of technology in here as well. I mean, you got driver's aids. This has the carbon fiber track pack. That was about a $18,000 option. And you see the carbon fiber, the trim around the car, and that rear wing, and $115,000. Not a surprise.
All right, well, we are officially, it's big money o'clock here, I think.
Yeah, well, bingo.
On the block now, you're going to be surprised at this one, let me tell you, perhaps. 1923 Model T that has been totally front-to-back customized. That's a Lincoln flathead engine, Bill.
Yeah, and look at those single throat, triple carburetors up there, and that's just the beginning.
It's a V12, by the way, too.
Sure, not an engine we see in hot rod builds very often. Yeah, special cylinder heads on there. 3-speed manual transmission with one of those old-fashioned Halibrand quick change rear ends. A lot of very unique pieces on this car. Look at all the plumbing for the upper radiator hoses that go all along the side of those cylinder heads. The red painted spoke wheels that take you back. That's a traditional look with the wide white walls. One of a kind.
Jimmy Landis has the bid at 50, and the reserve just came off.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, the
That's
builder
surprising.
went. Yeah, you know, I mean, the sum of its parts add up everything that you're seeing here. Art Morrison, they went to Art Morrison when they built this to fabricate a special chassis to accommodate the V12.
Sold $50,000. Sold $50,000.
I tell you what, there aren't many comps, but from what we're looking at, that's short money for that build.
And you will not see another one anything like it.
Welcome back to Indy, everybody, for our coverage of Mecum Auctions right here on ESPN Plus. And yep, I'm still hanging out and staging. This is where I love to be, and this is where all the cool cars going across the block a little bit later today are hanging out, including this 2019 Chevrolet Corvette ZR1. This is the last year of the C7 version of the Corvette. And yeah, this is the bad boy, top of the line. Check out what's under here. All you pretty much see is that carbon fiber engine cover, but I can tell you that this hood right here is light as a feather. Unbelievable. This one is sporting the 3ZR premium equipment package as well as the ZDK track performance package. The LT5 6.2 liter V8 is making an astounding 755 horsepower. Wow, backed up by an 8-speed automatic transmission. You're looking at that jet black interior. This exterior color is ceramic matrix gray. How cool is that? Carbon fiber touches all over this bad boy. Low mileage too, I believe. Let's see if I can get a number here. Yeah, only 2,380 miles here, so getting pretty much a brand new C7 ZR1, and it's always good to have the last year of one of the Corvette models. Guys, back to you.
Well, CJ, thank you. And in fact, the only year of the ZR1 there. And we're going to see that one a little bit later on. Let's pick up the action on a 1972 Di Tommaso Pantera. And then we'll bring you up to date on what happened during the commercial break. This one, Bill, at 95 grand.
Yep, 72, an early Di Tommaso Pantera. It's got those early, small chrome bumpers. Thank you very much. 351 Cleveland here, pretty straight ahead. No GT5 upgrades, no flares, no rear wing. And this is about as unmolested a Di Tommaso Pantera as you're ever going to find, and it sells for over $100,000.
Well, we as I mentioned earlier, it is 6-figure o'clock, and it's during the break. I want you to bring us up to date on this 65 Shelby GT350 SR.
Oh, I'm all over these cars. These were licensed by Carroll Shelby to Unique Performance to build approximations of the original GT350R. This is the SR from Unique. And a lot of things on this one you won't find in those original GT350s, like a 347 stroke or a 5-speed manual transmission, tubular front suspension, and Bayer 4-wheel disc brakes. But that is a great alternative to an original R model, because you're going to get more performance out of this than the 1965 version. I dig those cars.
And it brought the money as well. To the tune of 122.5. Bill, I know you're sitting right next to me. I know you're sitting down, but are you sitting down?
I'm sitting down.
This is another one that's right up your alley.
I can remember as a young guy reading all the hot rod magazines, Hot Rod, Popular Hot Rodding, and Carcraft, and all of them, Rod and Kustom. And these cars were the precursor to the funny cars of today, believe it or not. The gas coupes, they ran on gasoline, hence the name. And you could basically build whatever you wanted. This is before there were so many restrictions to what you could bring to the drag strip. So you had just about any engine combination you wanted, transmission, you name it. You had that front end that was raised way up with a straight bar axle to get the weight distribution onto the rear of the car. And this one sells for $35,000, worth every penny if you ask.
Look at the clearance or lack of on the rear tires and those rear fenders. I mean, we're talking the thickness of a credit card.
I know, and those are old school slicks, so they don't really expand very much. The slicks of today, they almost double their size when you launch the car.
Man, super cool. And I love the checkerboard firewall too. That is sweet. You may have heard this one rumble up in the background. It's a 1959 Corvette race car.
Oh, boy.
Selling at no reserve.
You want to guess what engine that has in it? It's got an L88.
Oh, dear.
With Hillborn injection.
Seriously?
Oh, yeah, seriously. I wouldn't kid about that, let me tell you. 4-speed manual transmission. And we'll just pick up on the story that I just told you. Back in the day, back in the early, mid-'60s, drag racers were allowed to experiment. They all had their own way of coming up with going quick down the quarter mile. This is an example right here. And a lot of the parts on this car are period correct, even has vintage decals. And an old-fashioned Super Sun tachometer that just about all the drag racers ran there. You see the velocity stacks on that Hillborn injection. And this one sells at no reserve for $30,000.
Love it.
So cool.
Well, if you were watching and with us yesterday, you saw this car, a 61 Sunbeam Alpine that Steve Matchett gave us a thorough breakdown on. Steve right there with a greeting for Dana Mecum. Steve, pick it up here as we begin the bidding on this one at no reserve.
Well, remember we did the preview on this yesterday, and we highlighted the fact that it's got this little 1725 4-cylinder engine, and here are those two side draft Webers, 40 DCOE, 40 mil intakes supplying the fuel, but you've got that magic one choke. So you've got one choke per cylinder, which is really ideal. The car built in Coventry, of course, the home of Jag. That's where the Jag factory is. So again, beautiful, lightweight little car. And these are all over the place again, just like the Moggy Minor in England, right?
Well, you, former race engineer, just quickly tell us the benefit of having one choke per cylinder for tuning purposes.
Well, it's because the fuel knows where it's going, the fuel-air mixture, unlike when you just drop it down onto a four-barrel carburetor, for example, into an inlet manifold, and it's going 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 all over the place. It doesn't know where it's going. If you have that magic one choke per cylinder, the fuel-air mixes together straight in the cylinder. The valve closes, boom, there's your power.
You control that rather than leaving it to chance.
Rather than leave it to chance, yeah, because that's right. On a plenum situation like that, on most cars, you know, the fuel is drifting between cylinder to cylinder to cylinder, and it gets lost, it gets confused.
Yes. Tuning process delicate. I had a set of 48 IDA Webers on my Cobra. And it takes a little while to get the jetting right and everything else. But once you hit it,
once you get it right,
the throttle response and everything else is just phenomenal.
And then you just have to hope it doesn't rain because you have to start the process again.
Oh, well, yeah, I know. I learned the hard way.
Sold $19,000.
All right, very good. And an excellent trip under the hood. Thank you, Steve. $19,000 for that little Alpine.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yep.
And I have to say, I was trying to gauge the color of the paintwork before it was rolling onto the block, and I was like, well, maybe it's Oxford sage, I don't know. But as soon as you're under the lights, it really pops.
Yeah, it does. That's 1962 shower stall turquoise, we will call that.
All right, let's move on to the 1963 Corvette convertible now that we see here that has had some work done to it, some custom touches. These are all part of the one of 40 collections here in Indy this spring. This is from the Thunderdome Car Museum collection.
And it's been resto-modded. We saw one earlier. Mid-year resto-mods that are done like this are so impressive. The workmanship, as I mentioned before, is always top-notch. This one with a 355 angled port head small block V8 engine. There's some money in that motor. MSD ignition, a 4-barrel carb, and a 4-speed transmission. Other upgrades to the drivetrain, and just like that, before I can get it out of my mouth, we hear the gavel.
And they got it done for $52,000. Okay, remember the Alpine and the next car, the Sunbeam Tiger from 1965. They were side by side yesterday, and so Steve is with this car on the block now.
Well, you'll see the difference instantly when you look inside the cockpit here, inside the engine bay here. If there was a shortcoming on the Sunbeam Alpine, it was a lack of power. But how the engineers managed to get this 289 8-cylinder Ford engine in there with the Paxton supercharger is nothing short of phenomenal. If you have a look at the badging on the back there, you'll see it's part of the Roots group, and you'll see the little Union Jack flag, and also that Sunbeam is part of that Roots group, which included Commer and Hillman and Sunbeam. A pretty cool car, I think.
Yeah, and it's labeled as a Mark I, which means it came originally with a 260, but now it has the Mark II 289 V8 in it with that Paxton supercharger. I'm going to take a wild guess. I'll say there's probably 400 horsepower roaming underneath the hood of that Sunbeam Tiger right now.
Yeah. And I noticed when we put the hood down, or the bonnet, as I still want to say, when you put the hood of the bonnet, when it rests down there, you have to have a cutout for that Paxton supercharger.
Yeah, they had to do
it, but they got it in there.
They did, a little surgery, and they got it to work.
Still working on the bid, in fact, and we're at 40 grand at no reserve.
Yeah, we've talked about the history of the Sunbeam Tiger. The Roots family owned the company, and old man Roots saw what Carroll Shelby was doing with the Cobra and said, you know what, we need something to make the Sunbeam Alpine come alive and make people want one. And they contacted Shelby and Ken Miles, and as you know, Steve, was lightning in a bottle.
It's remarkable.
Yeah.
Absolutely remarkable.
All right, the deal is done here at $42,000. Well, if you look back on some old film, old videos, at some of the old Trans Am races, you might very well see a car just like this, 1968 Mustang Trans Am race car.
All-Out Warfare in 1968 as the Trans Am Series, or the Trans-American Sedan Series, it was technically called, really ramped up all of the 3 major manufacturers in Detroit and eventually AMC. All got into the SCCA Trans Am Series. This one was driven by several different people, but Carroll Shelby had a Trans Am racing team, kind of in the same livery as this car, the yellow with the black, Team Terlingua. This one not a member of that team, but it's very similar to it. All race prepared, not a street car at all. 305 cubic inch V8, that was the displacement limit in Trans Am, and it's a real race car. This is not a tribute car, but this actually saw racetrack action, and for $24,000, perfectly eligible for vintage racing.
How about this? Right behind it, Another real Trans Am car. This is a 1969 Mustang. This is a Penske racing machine.
Well, we just saw Jimmy Harrell's Trans Am car. This one was built with leftover pieces from Jimmy. They don't throw anything away when they're racers.
Oh, right.
They took a lot of parts from that car and incorporated it in this 351 Cleveland based on a 358 cubic inch V8. This would not be eligible for Trans Am with that displacement. But this one, you know, they've pretty much got it up to 800 horsepower. So that would be quite a combination on the Trans Am series if it were legal. A lot of racing upgrades here. Dry sump oiling system, 18-quart oil reservoir, belt-driven oil pump. Jericho manual transmission, straight cut. That's kind of like what a Rock Crusher Muncie has, those straight cut gears. And of course the interior given full competition treatment with all of the excess padding and upholstery pulled out, racing seat and steering wheel and roll cage.
Sold $60,000.
All right, 60,000 bucks. That'll buy that 69 Trans Am race car. Okay, here is the 1968 Hemi Super B that we've been waiting on for a while. Chris, you're there.
Oh, waiting with bated breath is more like it since we saw a little glimpse of it at the top of the show, Scott. Yeah, I'm checking the VIN right here, and I do see that fifth digit is a J. J code, of course, 426 Hemi from the factory. Now, from the consignment sheet, it says that it is date coded correct, but it does not say that it's the matching numbers 426 block, so I can't confirm whether or not it is or it is not, but it is a 426 and a 426 car, one of only 125 J code Hemis, Super Bs that left the factory in 1968. And the remarkable thing about this, I think that Bill pointed out at the beginning of the show, was that it is striped elite. On that rear quarter, all you see is the Super Badge decal, and that is such a cool, clean look for this car. Paint match wheels, poverty caps, of course. This is a automatic transmission that is on the column. Super clean interior as well. Gorgeous looking B body, which of course is the reason that it is called the Super B.
You know what? I think I'm gonna pick up on what you said. It is a real Hemi Super B, but not with the original Hemi engine, because if it had that combo, it might be way more than 115.
Absolutely,
Just
and that would
out.
definitely be designated on the consignment sheet.
Yes, indeed, you're right.
Welcome back to Mecum Indy. I'm taking you all the way to the block with this beauty. A 1954 Chevrolet Corvette Roadster is coming on the block in just a moment. The color is Sportsman Red. The red interior, I think, really sets it off as well. Speaking of color, this Roadster is one of only 100 red Corvettes that were produced in 1954, which is a very special time in Corvette history. The 54 Corvettes were the first to be produced at a purpose-built plant in St. Louis, Missouri. 1954 was also the same time that Zora Arkus Dunter was hired, and he and the engineers obviously really took performance and styling of these Corvettes to the next level. So these first generation 54 Corvette Roadsters are must-haves for collectors. Scott and Bill, very hard to determine if this was just before, like some of the 53s were obviously styled before Zora came on board, so a 53-54 right around the time where he was hired by Chevrolet.
That's right. He's called the father of the Corvette, but the Corvette was in the pipeline before he came to General Motors. His claim to fame is what he did with the Corvette, how he made it a real sports car, a world-class sports car in performance and handling. So that's the story on that.
And Danielle mentioned we'll get to that car here in a second, but want to tie up the loose ends on this 2020 Camaro Super Sport, a Hertz Rick Hendrick edition that just gabbled for $55K.
38 miles on the odometer, and it's waiting for somebody to get out and drive it. Wow, what a ride.
And now that 54 Sportsman Red, as Danielle accurately pointed out, only 100 of them. In 1954, Corvette basically went crazy on the color palette. They had a whopping total of 4 available colors.
Yeah, and that's usually the easiest way to tell a 54 from a 53. If it's anything but white, we know it's a 54. And she mentioned how they had their own purpose-built facility in 54. They were in Flint, Michigan in 53, basically building the car in a warehouse.
Right.
And they went from Flint to St. Louis and eventually to Bowling Green. So in all the years they've been building the Corvette, they finally found a permanent home out there in Kentucky. But these 54s, a little bit more horsepower, 155 rather than the 150 and that 235 inline 6, and they still had that Power Glide automatic transmission. And things gradually changed over the next couple of years. A V8, manual transmission, 57 got the 4-speed, and on and on.
Bill, what do you think Zora, one of the first things Zora put his hands on when he got there?
Drivetrain. That was important to him. He wanted Chevy to put a V8 in the Corvette, and he didn't want the Cadillac engine to wind up in the Corvette or whatever. He wanted to keep it Chevy, and he pressed his bosses to do it. In 1955, they came around and they did it.
And I think it just sold for 62, I think was the number on that Corvette. Now to a 1959 Fairlane 500 Galaxy Skyliner.
Maybe one of the best we've ever seen. Antique Automobile Club of America Senior Award winner. Meticulous frame-off rotisserie restoration. Powertrain, the same way a lot of them came through. 352 cube, 300-horse V8 with that Ford automatic transmission. Power options, steering, windows, and of course, we would be remiss if we failed to mention that Rube Goldberg retractable top that just still has people in awe when they see that thing go up and down.
You could fit one of those sunbeams inside that rear deck, right?
You may be right.
Yeah.
You may be right. If you want to stop traffic, all you need to do is hit the go button on that retractable hardtop, convertible, whatever, however you want to describe it, and people will stop and just gaze on that thing.
I love it when they do it on the auction block. I wish they did it more often.
I agree. Okay, now to the AMC Javelin from 1970.
And I think this is the one that Chris previewed
It
earlier.
is indeed, yes, sir.
Yep. Now this got the 390 V8. That was the V8 of choice for the Javelin back in 1970. And it had 340 horsepower, I'm going to say, but this one has 450. And the dynamometer sheet is included with this. And a lot of dress-up items under the hood. You saw the chrome engine dress-up kit. It's got the factory 4-barrel carburetor. They held on to that. Exhaust system is a dual exhaust system with upgraded turbo mufflers, so it's got a nice sound to it, nice rumble. Borg-Warner T10 4-speed and a 354 rear end.
Well, what's your best deal?
49, 50 pounds and up, 50 pounds and up.
47.
50, last call.
And you're at, where are we at?
49.
50 pounds and up.
Go ahead.
Reserve is off. 49, 50, 50 pounds and up, 50.
That's that red, white, and blue paint scheme, reminiscent of the Trans Am cars that went on to win the Trans Am Championship with Mark Donohue.
The next 16 cars in a row.
A couple of years later, of course, 1970, the Boss 302 was the king of the hill in the Trans Am series.
All right, 1935, Chrysler Imperial Airflow Series C2. And these Airflow cars are quite a piece, aren't they?
Yes. But that is not the way that the original owners would have described them back in 1935, I can tell you that. Oh my, what a story these cars tell from a time when Chrysler really went outside the box and tried to sell aerodynamics and safety. This car, I can tell you right now, is probably one of the best in the world, with a couple of AACA awards to its credit. Formerly owned by the DeSoto Club president Chuck Cochran, but back in 1934 and 1935, these cars, they were kind of rushed into production, and today they have a tremendous following. But way back when, quality control issues, they had problems with the motor mounts and the engines coming loose, and the cars didn't really deliver in terms of safety as much as people anticipated that they would. The word I would use to describe the airflow is star-crossed. Let's just leave it at that.
Well, $46,000, the bid goes on at that number on that airflow, and it is time for us to send it Chris Jacobs' way for today's Stay-Built Performance Tip.
Thanks a lot, Scott. Yeah, we are here in Indiana, the Midwest. Lots of thunderstorms as we experienced yesterday, so you want to make sure if you've got a classic car, you want to bust that rust, and to help you do it, use Stable Rust Stopper. It's going to help you eliminate existing signs of rust and protect against anything else that might happen in the future. So the owner of this 62 Galaxy 500 must have used it, because I don't see any evidence of rust at all on this beautiful ride. Under the hood is a 406 sporting the Tri-Power. And highly original condition on this car. That's colonial white exterior over a highly original red interior. It's got the color matched wheels and the hubcaps on there. The gold crossed checkered flags. That's a really cool emblem right there, especially in light of the Indy 500 coming up a little bit later this month here in Indy. And if you want to work out, well, maybe this is the car for you, because there is no power steering and there are no power brakes. So the driver and his abilities to drive is going to what steers his car and brakes it as well. But yeah, super cool. 62 coming across the block a little bit later today, Scott.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Scott, I didn't mean to jump in on you there.
Hey,
but
Bill, jump in.
Again, it's a car that has a great drag racing history. 1962, that was the first year for Ford's Total Performance campaign, the 406. That was the deadly weapon from Ford to go after the 409s and those Max Wedge Chryslers. And the reason it doesn't have power brakes, power steering, is on the quarter mile, you don't really need them. And I love seeing that car.
Well, in 1953, when the Corvette was making its debut, we also had the availability of the 53 Kaiser Manhattan, and we see these every once in a great while. This four-door little Manhattan just brought $15,000.
Another star-crossed automobile, but that story some other time.
All right, we will take a break here as we roll on. Our live coverage continues on ESPN Plus in a moment. That's a great look at the Fall Creek Pavilion here at the Indiana State Fairground. Man, what a choice everywhere you look, Bill Stevens. You cannot go wrong in that room.
Boy, that would make a great poster.
Oh, that's a, you know what?
Yeah.
Well, look at you thinking.
How about that?
Oh, here is 1954 Cadillac Series 62 on the block. Not going to bring a lot of money. It's a Cadillac, yeah, but it's a four-door post car.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to hold it back and make it affordable.
Yeah, and it's not an Eldorado. It's certainly not to the top trim level. Now, this is the fourth generation car, and you're thinking a 1954 car, Series 62, is a fourth generation? How can I have four generations in 1954? Well, the Series 62 was born in 1940. So by 1954, it had been upgraded a few times. 331 cubic inch Cadillac V8 with the automatic. And I'd say that's high driver quality. Let's put it that way.
Okay, that makes sense. That'll be a lot of fun at the car show for sure.
Oh, yeah. People love those old caddies.
Mm-hmm. 54 Pontiac Chieftain Deluxe now. Kind of in that same category, isn't it?
It is. And what's interesting about this car, in 1954, this was before Bunky Knudsen came in, and so Pontiacs kind of were like Tweedledee and Tweedledum. They just didn't really excite people very much. And Bunky Knudsen, interesting guy. You know, his dad was in the automobile business too. And Bunky was not an engineer. He was not a salesman. He just liked high-performance, fast cars. So shortly after taking over Pontiac, you saw the displacement of those engines going up, 347, 370, 389. And suddenly the Pontiac was out of its cocoon, and they built some really raucous performance cars. By the early 60s, they were tearing it up in NASCAR. So this was prior to Bunky. And again, as you said, Scott, not an expensive car at all, but kind of fun to see.
Well, here's one that might be, in some people's books, expensive, but it's fun for everybody to see, and that is an E-Code 57 T-Bird with a dual quad 312 270 horse engine.
The Thunderbird, regardless of the engine in this time period, never really professed to be a high-performance race car. The racing provenance of a first-generation Thunderbird is pretty much non-existent. Some people, some privateers went out and did some sports car racing. But yeah, this has the dual quad engine that makes 270 horsepower. With an automatic, you could also get a manual transmission with these cars. That red is called Torch Red with a red interior. And 75,000 is going to come up a little bit short.
You know who I saw here today?
See, now I know who you mean, because we just did a restored Thunderbird.
Yep.
Yeah.
Amos Minter.
Yes.
He's here. I wonder if he's shopping.
Is his son Justin here? Are they?
Yes.
Okay.
They're both here.
Well, that would explain it. Yeah.
Maybe they've got something coming up for us over the weekend.
We'll see.
Yeah. 65 Mustang Fastback here on the block next.
Yep, it has been breathed on just a little bit. No attempts whatsoever to make it a Shelby clone, but it does have a 5.0 V8 with a Vortec supercharger. You know, a 5.0 in a Mustang, you know what? The match made in heaven. Throw on the Vortec, and now you're really talking. Tremec 5-speed. Look at the interior. That is cool as a moose. Power rack and pinion steering, subframe connectors, keep that chassis from flexing, and four-wheel disc brakes. It'll go, it'll stop. Got an AC, and the finish work right up there with the best of them. And you got those Shelby stripes too.
Close bid at 80 pounds, and a bid goes on.
Well, the high bid will be short of what's intended at $77,000. Okay, here is that fabulous 1965 Morris Minor wagon with the woodwork that Steve was telling us about earlier.
Giddy over this car.
Oh man, I love it. Steve-O, let's go back over to you.
You know, Dana just came up to me and said, "Did you have one of these in your family when you were opening?" I said, "Yeah, we did."
He knew.
Yeah. There's that beautiful little engine we saw earlier on. We mentioned that is that mini engine that you usually see in the other direction, because the Mini would be a front-wheel drive, but on this one it's a rear-wheel drive, so they got it mounted longitudinally. But I mean, it's really as tiny as a lawnmower engine, right? But the beauty of the Traveller, the Moggy Minor Traveller, has got to be really, it's the English ash frame that made it so special. And again, as I said in the preview, guys, to find one, I was talking to the owner of the car, and he said the ash frame is original, and to find one in this good condition with the ash frame is terrific.
Well, somebody's going to have to ante up a little bit more than that.
Yeah. It's that Steve Matchett endorsement.
Yes.
Putting it out of reach.
66 Cadillac Fleetwood Brougham four-door version.
Oh, this is great, seeing all these old Cadillacs. This is the Fleetwood Brougham. This was an upper trim level with the 429, 340 horsepower V8. And not long thereafter, the displacement went up. Saw 500 cubes coming in. Turbo Hydromatic, Sable Black. That's the name of that color with a beige interior. And if the odometer is to be believed, 30,000 plus miles. Still has the protector plate. That's that warranty book that new GM cars came through with. It keeps track of the kind of maintenance record it has. It also gives you all the original specs of the car, helps you authenticate and verify what the car came through from the factory.
You know, and you mentioned the mileage, Bill, and I'm going to go and say that that probably is accurate because this car is an Antique Automobile Club of America Historical Preservation of Features car. So I would guess that that is an accurate odometer reading on this one.
Yeah, that's similar to a survivor class.
Very true.
Or a benchmark class at Bloomington Gold. Yeah, unrestored. Well, at least we know that some of it might have been restored, but it certainly has enough originality to get that certification from AACA.
Well, that did sell, and so we'll move to a 67 Mustang convertible.
S-Code 390, 320 horsepower, 4-speed transmission. Oh, as that guy Bill Stevens likes to say, you get yourself a first-generation Mustang convertible with a V8 and a 4-speed. Oh, and you are living La Vida Loca.
Reserve is up. 65, internet ground, 63, 65, 65 pounds it out here. 65, higher negative is 65.
They put a Hurst shifter in this for more solid gear changes. Otherwise, yeah, pretty original.
Well, 62,000 just bought it. Yeah, boy, that convertible will look good cruising down Annie Boulevard, huh? Well, look at the canal here on the near northwest side of Indianapolis. That's looking toward the south. We're at the State Fairgrounds Coliseum. Don't forget, we'll be back here for our third day of coverage tomorrow at noon Eastern, 6 hours, 6 of our 24 hours. The entire weekend with you tomorrow at noon on ESPN Plus. And right now, let us check in with Chris Jacobs one more time.
Oh, Scott, I got another good one out here in Building 5. This one's going across the block tomorrow, actually. 1970 Challenger RT. And that RT equals Hemi, baby. There it is, the elephant under the hood. And we spoke a little bit earlier about the 68 Super B. That was a Hemi car, but not numbers matching. This one is the original Hemi block. So that is definitely going to push the price up just a bit. Triple black from the factory. You got the rally wheels. Look at this gorgeous interior here, too. So well done. 727 torque light transmission on the column there. Super, super clean. Carpet kit looks amazing. The top looks fantastic. This is a really well done restoration on this 70 Challenger. And I just so hope that this red bumblebee stripe is from the factory because it sets off the black so well. Consignment sheet does not indicate whether or not it was a factory option, but whoever put it on there, if it wasn't, certainly knew what they were doing because it really, really is a great feature on this car. Once again, going across the block tomorrow, Friday, so come on back and join us and don't miss this one.
Oh, we wouldn't dream of it. That is a fantastic looking car, and I agree with you, Chris. That red stripe on the rear end looks fabulous. Don't forget Dodge, also the official motor vehicle manufacturer sponsor of all we do at Mecum Auctions. Glad to have them on board once again this year. Here is a 1975 Bronco, Bill.
Bronco Bill, that's what they call me.
Oh,
nice.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the V8 version, the 302, with a C4 automatic transmission. And a little bit of customization. Certainly not a factory paint job on that Bronco. There you see the 302. That's brown metallic, a very simple name for a very simple paint application with that gold top. In contrast, parchment interior. They've added vintage air conditioning to this and some new pieces as well. 75, the little guy Bronco is going to be growing up in just a couple of years as the full-size version hit the marketplace.
You mentioned that brown paint, though, as not being factory, but it looks like it could have or should have been, you know?
Yeah.
It's like mid-70s.
Yeah, I just don't ever recall seeing one in that color. That's also got pinstripes on it, as you can see. So I'm guessing that's a respray.
Okay. Well, it did bring 70 plus, and so we will move on to a 1958 Corvette. This is Panama yellow.
That is a factory color.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, for power, it's fuel injected, the 290 horsepower 283, which debuted the year earlier. That restoration recently completed. The block is original to the car. We don't have any proof that the cylinder heads or anything else on that engine are true to the original construction, but that's okay. A lot of early Corvettes have gone through that rebuilding process, and things have to be replaced. Those are the correct 290 horsepower fuel-injected heads on it, however. Let's run the numbers here. 1,007 fuel-injected Corvettes were built in 1958. Only 190 in that color.
And how about that charcoal interior? You like that?
I do. It contrasts so well with the yellow. And we've seen various colors of Corvette interiors.
Look at the money here, too. We've cracked 6 figures.
Yep. And I know you remember this, Scott. How hard was it to get people to bid that kind of money on a 58 Corvette, even a fuel-injected car, when we started doing the auctions?
100%. Yeah. Just people shied away from them for whatever reason.
Well, the kind of over-the-top styling, the trunk irons and the faux louvers on the hood, that kind of thing. And, you know, the Corvette purists felt that was a little excessive, but you know, no more. No more. The 58 Corvette now just sits alongside all the other C1 cars pretty much.
I remember, gosh, probably 2010 or 11, maybe 12, I don't recall. The bid goes on here, by the way, on this. At 107.5, we had Mitch Daniels, the former governor of Indiana, here on site. And John and I went around in a golf cart and toured the grounds with him. And we asked him, hey, Mr. Governor, what's your favorite car? And he said, a 1958 Corvette. And John and I were like, what?
I know. What a shocker.
Exactly.
You hardly ever hear people say that, at least back then.
He knew. Must have known. All right, 1970 Chevelle convertible. All kinds of work. You saw the neon, or the LED headlights up front. 90 grand the bid.
Oh yeah, total makeover. This is a pro touring car. It checks off all the boxes. The only thing I might quibble with is kind of a conservative treatment on the interior, but it's got all special upgraded suspension pieces, adjustable coilovers, aftermarket spindles. The engine, big 454 with fuel injection, Tremec 5-speed manual transmission. Look at those wheels. How those multi-spoke wheels just hunkered right down in those wheel wells.
I'm trying to count them, but I can't.
Better hurry up.
1, 2, 3. See. How about, I'm going to guess 20.
You might be right. Yeah, there you see the interior. You know, not a lot of modifications there. That is an original OEM color, the Cortez Silver with the black rally stripes.
I was right, 20.
Did you get it right?
It was totally a guess.
Yeah, well, I'm impressed.
I like those, though.
If I was doing it, you'd still be waiting to find out.
1025. Gotta love that. Another entry into the 6-figure club today on this Thursday at Indy.
And thanks for putting the top down.
All right, you mentioned earlier that the Cadillac Series 62 started way back in what year?
1940.
40. Well, here is the second model year of that, 1941 Series 62.
Original powertrain, 346 cube, L-head V8 at 150 horsepower. And in the modern day, just about every single Cadillac, unless you're talking about one of those CTSV hot rods, have automatic transmissions. This one, column shifted manual, 3-speed. Deep maroon is the color. Been well maintained, as you can tell right here. Look at the interior. Look at the bright work on that dashboard. I wouldn't be surprised if that clock still works. An award-winning car, too, by the way. And we like to see that. Always like to see the pride that ownership reflects in the condition of a car.
Kirk could have been about 46,000. Hit 500 there. Not could have been about 45. Could have been about 45. 600 pound. And that could have been about 500. Could have been 609 pound. Close to 45. Close to 45. Over $16,000 a mile.
Okay, the high bid is going to end up being $45,000. So we will move on and bring out another custom Corvette. This one is from 1965.
Yeah, another one of those mid-year resto mods, Scott. It's a 65 Corvette, and ironically, it's got a 396 for power.
Okay.
And 65 was the year, the 1 year, a 396. And boy, that looks fairly original, except for that air cleaner.
I was going to say, they didn't go too off the path in the engine room.
You know, that 396 in 1965 had a big Holley carburetor. That one does. They put aluminum heads on it, which saves weight, might give it a little bit more power. Tremec 5-speed transmission, frames been powder coated, coilovers, and those are factory, not factory installed, but factory styled side exhausts. Upgraded the 4-wheel disc brakes. Remember, in 65, 4-wheel disc brakes were available for the first time in a Corvette, but these are Willwood, not the Delco Moraine that you would have found on the factory set.
How big of a deal was that when you got 4-wheel discs on your Corvette in 65?
Yeah, because at that point, remember, we're getting into big blocks, a lot faster, more power. Drum brakes were okay, but, you know, couldn't compare to the discs.
Last call, y'all. I'm going to $92,000 and I'd have. Gonna close it softly, 90,000. Close it
nope,
at
swing and a miss.
Just over 100,000.
Yeah, 90 grand. And, did they reopen it? Apparently not. Okay. I think Matt said it's got to be over 100 grand. So we'll leave it there and bring out a 1976 Buick LeSabre that is selling at no reserve.
Yeah, this is symbolic of a full-size Buick back in the mid-1970s. The LeSabre, one of the 3 trim levels you could get: the LeSabre, the Invictor, the Electra. And wow, look at the condition of this big Buick. 6-cylinder engine, a V6, the 231 cubic inch V6 with an automatic transmission. AC power steering. Service records keep track of how well it was maintained. Still has the original paperwork with the owner's manual and the owner's package. That's something that, well, new cars still have them today. Get a little envelope and, you know, get a manual for, you know, the operation of the car, but you get what's called a quick start guide. It kind of takes you through some of the preliminary things to understand how the car operates. Even has a service manual with it. Wow, a lot of documentation here. And some options: power front disc brakes. They were not standard. Tilt column.
You normally put that quick start guide stuff in the circular file right away, don't you? Just
yeah, I would rather read the whole story rather than because it just doesn't go into it deeply enough, and then I have to go online. You know.
And that's an adventure.
Yeah, it is.
All right, from the LeSabre to a 1971 Mercury Cougar convertible.
Look at all these 70s cars.
And loving it.
Yep. 1971 Mercury Cougar. This debuted in 1967. And once again, this was the opposite number to the Mustang, but this one was going to give you a little more luxury. And I think the goal, if I remember the advertising that Mercury used back in the day, they wanted to give these cars kind of a European flair. This one with a 351 two-barrel carburetor with a select shift automatic. It's been reshot with that beautiful red paint. It's called bright red, and sure is. It's a clear coat paint job. Air conditioner, factory installed. Power steering, front disc brakes. And brand new Magnum 500 wheels. Hey, look at it. Soft little pinstripe along the character line on top of the fenders and the doors.
Sold 16,000 Katie's way. Now offering
And 16,000 going to the internet with Katie manning the controls there.
Wow, I'd pay 16 grand all day for that Cougar, huh?
You and me both.
White interior, sweet.
Here's a 2010 Dodge Challenger Hurst Edition convertible for us.
Okay, this is prior to Hellcats and those 6.2s and 6.4s that were to come along. This has that 6.1 Hemi, but it's been juiced up a little bit, up to 572 horsepower with that Vortex supercharger. And a 6-speed manual transmission, too. How's that for a fun-to-drive factor?
Oh, I'm on board with that. And did you see the shift?
Shift knob,
handle?
yeah.
That's cool.
That really sets off that interior, kind of jumps out at you. Upgraded interior, factory hood, and all blinged out with black stripes and red pinstripes, a Hurst emblem there on the front fender. A lot of Hurst extras in this car. Those are 20-inch wheels, 5 spokes, with Hurst gold accents. Yeah, you know what? I think we got some people that are very excited about owning this. Bidding is going way up real fast. Maybe somewhere in the 60s we'll get the gavel. Let's see.
One more time. Yeah, 57.
Of a 16,000 a bid. I'm going to be a 16,000. And I'm going to be a 68 bid. I'm going to be a 16. And I'm going to be a 16. I'm going to be 59. I'm going to be Michael 59. I'm going to be 59,000. Sold 58. Sold 15,000.
How about that? 58,000.
Wow, I call that a bargain for that. That's another one of those cars you're not going to run into another one at the cruise night.
Boy, and it's got the look too. I mean,
all the way.
You don't see that often.
572 horsepower. Look out.
I am really anxious, Bill, to get your take on the next car. It's a 1990 ZR1 Corvette, but it's a prototype, an active control prototype that GM and Lotus combined on, and it's one of only 3 known examples to exist.
And again, the rarity is scarcity. One of 25 of those prototypes, General Motors and Lotus getting together. You know, General Motors and Lotus had been involved way back when in several projects. Most of the things that Lotus was doing was refining the suspension systems on these cars for handling. And of course, you know, when you're talking about the 70 ZR1, those engines were assembled by Mercury Marine. So we've got a whole slumgullion of different entities involved in the construction of this ZR1 prototype. Of course, they all had 6-speed manual transmissions, no automatics in those early ZR1. This first year for the ZR1, of course, 1990. At least in the C4 generation, there was a ZR1 in the C3 generation. But again, we're talking apples and oranges here.
You look real closely, and you'll see some things that you don't ordinarily see on a production ZR1. The raised hood, air vents.
Sure. Yeah, that wheel treatment.
That's air scoops on the bumpers.
Yeah, those weren't the wheels on the ZR1 in 1990.
And on this day,
now offering T231.
it sells for $44,000. A well-documented, well-photographed and well written about car, in fact.
You know, that's above market correct. And you know I love those C4 ZR1s, but that market, unless you're super low mileage, so affordable. They haven't really, you know, jumped on the escalator yet.
They have not fluctuated one iota, it seems, in the years that we've been doing this show. I mean, you could almost bank on somewhere between 20 and 30K.
Yeah, I don't get it, but, you know, the market speaks.
Hey, here's one that's going to start at 6 figures. 100,000 plus on a 66 GT350.
Yeah, with a Paxton supercharger. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, all right, let's look inside. Check the condition. Now, 1966. This was the second year for the GT350. It's got the 10-spoke Shelby mags, and of course the red with the white Shelby stripes. So appearance-wise, it is right on the money. This one has had headers added to it, and those, again, are not a big deal because you want to go back to original, they just unbolt, get an original exhaust, and you just replace them back onto that 289. About 400 horsepower out of that engine. The non-supercharged cars had 306. The Paxton, wow, yeah, that'll pack on another close to 100. But whoa, not that big of a surprise that it stalled at $180.
Do you think we might need to put a 2 in front of it?
I do. You know, that supercharger makes a difference, and the condition as well, the originality, it's all there.
Well, right behind it now is a 69 GT500.
Yeah, we won't need $200,000 to buy this, but it's not going to be a cheap car either. 1969, the original run of Shelby Mustangs just coming to a halt. And a pretty abrupt halt. The 1970 cars were 69s that were just retitled. But this has the correct date code 428 Cobra Jet engine. 335 horsepower, traction lock rear axle with 3.00 gears. And as we have seen so many times, the glove box has been autographed by the late Carroll Shelby. Marty report included with the car. This has got the C6 automatic transmission behind that 428.
Look at that, 120 is the bid. They keep going after it, man. The phone bidders.
Yep, sports slats over the rear window, and those beautiful 5-spoke Shelby alloy wheels.
Well, there we go.
And now offering T233.
$130,000. Another one in the books, and that fills out the top 10, all at 6 figures and above.
Nice.
Welcome back, everybody, to Mecum Auctions here in Indianapolis. Want to give you a reminder that we will be right back here on ESPN Plus tomorrow at noon Eastern, running all the way till 6 p.m. Eastern. So please join us, because one of the things you're going to want to see going across the block tomorrow is the Apex collection. Always a feature here at Mecum, and one of the finest cars in the Apex collection is the one I'm standing next to right now, 1970 Boss 9. That, of course, is the 429. This one is probably the rarest of them all. Only 13 Boss 9s left the factory in 1970 in this combination of Calypso Coral and white interior. Only 5 of those 13 are known to still exist today. And let me show you the level of restoration that these guys have gone through. And 2, the chalk marks that you see here on the core support, on the coil there, and on the firewall, up here on the inside of the hood. All of these chalk marks mimic what they would have done at the factory. Someone, when they've completed their task, will put their chalk mark there to let the guys down the line know that that task has been completed. That is the original 429 block, made it to the original close ratio 4-speed transmission, the original white interior, no expense spared on this restoration. Absolutely amazing car, and that's what we expect from the Apex collection. I mean, they bring it hard every time. I believe they brought 51 cars to Indy this year, and they're all crossing the block tomorrow, so you do not want to miss it. Danielle, Trotta, what do you got?
Oh, Chris, I've got something pretty special, too, that's crossing the block on Saturday. Just take a second to soak it all in. This is a true showstopper. Anyone that walks into this room for a number of reasons just stops dead in their tracks and their jaw drops for the 2021 McLaren Elva Roadster. Steve Matchett is joining me now with some details. Steve, let's start with the Elva name. What have you found?
Well, if I have my McLaren history correct, the Elva name celebrates the very early cars, race cars, that were built and designed by Bruce McLaren back in the very early days of McLaren. Because of staffing problems, they outsourced some of their production work to Elva, a third-party company. Elva, actually French for elle va, as in on y va, she goes. And so that's where the name comes from, to the best of my knowledge.
Yes. We've been researching and diving deep into the particulars. And talk about the barchetta of it all.
Well, again, to the best of my knowledge, I'm sure this is correct. This is the first and only fully open-top car that McLaren road cars have made.
Yeah.
Don't expect to find a soft top, a hard top, a tonneau cover. It ain't going to be there. This is what is known as, in Ferrari world, as a barchetta, which is a small open boat. So that's where Ferrari get their name barchetta from. So we're loaning that name here for this little piece that we're doing together to be a McLaren barchetta, the first open-top, fully open car. It does have active air system on the car, so if you're getting buffeted, some of the panels will start to lift up and protect you, but you're pretty much exposed.
Yes, you are. There is no windshield here that's going to help you. There is no, as Steve said, there is no hard or soft top. We actually saw some demonstrations on YouTube, right, Steve, where pedestrians in the car were enjoying the Elva with closed-face helmets, as a race car driver would, for some protection.
I don't think that's a bad idea when you're in a car. Also, perhaps the lightest car, open-top car that McLaren have ever made. They've worked very hard. There's a lot of composite materials into the car to keep it light. And of course, as we all know in racing, weight is a killer. So you want to make the car as lightweight as possible. And this is a real stunning piece. But I tell you what is stunning to me, and I'd love your opinion on this, Danielle. What about this color?
Oh. Every angle that you walk around this car, Scott and Bill, the color changes, and it is shades of orange and pink and blues and purples. The actual factory paint color is iridescent Pacific color stream. And guys, if you want this McLaren Elva in this color, it is a $38,000 option. So if you want it, it comes with a pretty hefty price tag. When these came out, the 2021 model, MSRP around $1.8 million, tack on and about another 40 grand for this paint color.
Danielle, just keep that diamond ring away from that paint, okay?
Yes, no scratches, no.
Thank you.
The Elva is one of the McLaren Ultimate Series cars as well, and we will be seeing that one coming up as part of the Dave Frecka collection. And here is a 1994 Corvette, Bill Stevens, back in the Coliseum here, purple, but not that iridescent Elva purple, and a much more reasonable price tag, $12,000, but that's not going to be enough to buy it here.
And you know what? You look at it and you say, well, that's a real pretty 94 Chevrolet Corvette. Nothing special, 5.7, 300 horse, V8 automatic, but it's an NCRS Top Flight Award winner last year. That is how original and authenticated that Corvette is.
You know, normally we don't talk about that award, that designation with 90s Corvettes, but we're seeing them now more often, aren't we?
Yes, and hat off to any owner that goes through the top flight process. You know, the car's got to be prepared, and you got to go to these different meets. There's regionals, nationals, what have you, so it's not a slam dunk.
We're looking at an 88 Silverado 1500 now. And this car, the Corvette, or this truck rather, the Corvette we just saw, and the subsequent vehicles are all part of the collection from our good friend Ray Skillman.
I love Ray. Ray's a car guy. Ray was drag racing for a while, had a little mishap out there, and you know, his family, his grandson, Drew Skillman, you know, and his son also was racing in the NHRA. So, yeah, Ray's the real deal.
Local guy here, has a bunch of dealerships, but he also has a world-class museum, showroom, if you will, down on the south side of Indianapolis. And if you can get in there, try to get there. It is fantastic. I wish we had more time. I'd take you down there.
Yeah, I'd go.
Here is a 1985 Olds Cutlass Sierra convertible. That is a pace car replica from the 69th Indy 500.
Yeah, we don't talk very much about the 1985 Oldsmobile Cutlass Sierra. We hardly ever really see them, but this one a little bit special. 35 Indianapolis 500 Festival cars were built that year, and who better to explain the job of the Festival car than Scott Hoke?
Well, the Festival cars given out to members of the committee and other VIPs, sometimes the media members through the course of the month of May. There you see Ray Skillman on the left with Frank Mecum. And used for the parade and many other things, and sometimes on the track. And in this case, it's interesting because 1985 is, what, 40 years ago now. The race in 1985 was known much more for Danny Sullivan, spin to win.
Spin and win, yeah.
And they honored him by putting his likeness, I believe, on the badges that you get, the credentials.
Yeah. Oh, I remember that.
This year. Very cool. All right, we'll take a break here. More Mecum Muscle Cars coming up from Indy. We're in the Youth Pavilion here, as you see some of the cars that are still coming to the auction block later on this weekend. And we'll have coverage tomorrow and Saturday for you. Take a look at a few Saturday cars, including that open-top Ford GT 109 on the far right of your screen that you can't see anymore. 67 L88, Bill, yes?
Yeah, yes. Let's just leave it at that.
One of
Enough
one,
said.
that L88.
With a color combo, right.
Enough said. Indeed.
Oh, yeah.
Here is a W30 version of the Olds 442 from 1970.
Oh, Scott, my breath has been stolen from my lungs. What a car. It's already gone. Bid goes on, so I really can't get into it that deeply, but that's a very special 1970 W30 442. 370 horse, 455, a former drag racer. Joe Mondello campaigned that car, one of the all-time great Oldsmobile racers. I said I was going to keep it brief, didn't I?
Go ahead.
Well,
you've got the floor.
It didn't sell, and I'm sad, but I hope somebody will make a bid on it. That bid goes on.
Hey, it was a D-stock record holder,
it
right?
It was. Let me tell you, Joe Mondello, he was a stud with these Oldsmobiles. Anybody will tell you.
All right, let's move on. 1965 Superformance Shelby Cobra replica, again from the Ray Skillman collection.
Superformance, one of the very few replica companies that got Carroll Shelby's approval. This one is number 2 of 50 of the 10th anniversary diamond editions that Superformance produced. The engine, we got a little far afield from the 427's 408, but it didn't get short-sheeted on horsepower. 519 horsepower, built by local Indianapolis drag racer Steve Schmidt, who was a real killer in the Pro Stock class for years. Has a Tremec 5-speed manual, and the workmanship, well, goes without saying. Superformance, fairly faithful to the original Cobras. They took liberties here and there, but overall, like I say, Carroll Shelby gave these cars his blessing. So you know they couldn't stray too far from those original cars. Look at the chrome pin drive wheels. Cool. Yummy. Oh, yeah.
Hey, if you like this one, don't forget about that red 66 427 with all original bodywork, the original engine and drivetrain, everything. That's coming up, part of that Apex collection. That is going to be here tomorrow. That's a multiple 7-figure car.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Bill, you talked about Suit Performance and the great work that they do with these recreations. They also do a version of the Daytona that is very nice and sells very well.
Yep, and they also stayed pretty faithful to that car. Not so much the engine and drivetrain, but no, the dimensions, the layout, yeah.
We're in at 57.
57, the reserve's off.
No reserve, it's off. We're in. Look at that, easy as
And
that.
there it is, hammering at 57,000 bucks.
Look at that.
Oh boy, one ride in that car will take 20 years off that man's life, man. He'll be a kid again.
All right, here is, I believe this is the last of the Ray Skillman cars. Yes, it is. 87 Porsche 944S.
Yeah, the S, that's the upgraded power plant, fuel injected inline 4 with 190 horsepower and a 5-speed manual. And this one, I tell you, hasn't had a lot of use. 16,000 miles showing on the odometer for a car built in 1987. And these were just an extension of the 924 that preceded it. And boy, they really improved. They really refined the 924. And the result was a car that was not only prettier to look at, but had more performance. And I can remember when I was doing a lot of autocrossing and solo racing, these cars were tough to beat in their classes.
You and I are both 911
Yeah,
guys.
well, I was going to say,
but what do you think about these?
Well, you know, I mean, for a long time, and certainly, you know, early in my love of Porsche, I would always give these front-engine Porsches kind of a side eye. But, you know, especially the 944s and the 928s, which came after it, was earmarked to be the replacement for the 911, God forbid. Thank God they made the decision to keep the 911. But, you know, these 944s are creeping up, especially this one, the S model, which is the performance model. You know, it's getting better and better prices.
Absolutely.
944 came out, a front-engine Porsche, and snobs like you turned your nose up. We know how that works.
Well, I just said side eye.
Yeah, well,
it's
same
kind of
thing.
That suspicious, you know.
Yeah, we know what you're saying.
That's funny. Mid-20s, though, 26 for that.
But an interesting note about those front-engine Porsches, the 924 was actually kind of a stopgap model when they stopped producing the return of the 912.
So we move to a Model J, Grand Prix Model J from Pontiac in 1969.
Oh, JK, if you're listening, buddy boy, if you were here for this car, you and I, we would be commiserating. How about one of 676 factory 4-speed Grand Prix from 1969? Oh, yeah, and it has been optioned out. Look at that palladium silver paint with a deep blue interior, 400 cubic inch engine. And again, the big story is that 4-speed manual. I knew they were out there, but I can't remember the last time I saw one. And Mr. Pontiac, John Kraman, I know he would just be hyperventilating to see this car.
The reserve is off. This is also a vinyl top delete. It is well documented, PHS documents. It's ready to go, too. Recent tune-up and all the stuff works. And you can take it and drive it.
Yeah, boy. I just can't get over that car. What a beauty.
$55,000. All right, to a 2023 Charger King Daytona now.
Well, one of the last call models from 2023 and one of the least produced last call models, along with the Black Ghost. Only 300 of the King Daytonas were produced. Of course, sporting that 6.2 supercharged Hemi engine. They were all in this color of Go Mango with the black interior. And you know, it's funny, if Will swings back around the front eventually, you'll see this, the spoiler saver on here actually is just tape, I think. Oh, no. Yeah, it is a spoiler saver there. But they originally were yellow, and a bunch of guys were leaving those on there. And so there was a great debate. Do you leave them on? Do you not leave them on? There were almost 2 camps there. So Dodge decided to just up the ante a little bit and make them pink. See if they could motivate guys to take them off even faster, but this one remains.
Hey, I meant to ask you at breakfast this morning, have you seen what I've seen about the Hemi 5.7 going back into production in August? It is such a hot rumor. First, it'll go into trucks, and then will probably make its way back into the automobiles. It's a rumor that won't go away.
I did hear that it was going to be going into the truck segment. Yeah, so to follow that along, to have it go back into passenger cars too would be fantastic, and music to all ICE fans' ears.
No doubt about that.
Yep.
No update on the El Camino though, right? Just want to clarify.
Okay, now you're tweaking me.
Hey, how about our NPD preview car, Bill Stevens? This is the 1967 Nova wagon. Actually, hang on. It is time for our NPD preview right now with this car.
Yep, 1968 Camaro, full tilt custom. Big power, great paint. Look at the silver, aftermarket wheels. Now, when we do NPD, you might think that, well, yeah, if you're going to do a restoration and bring a car to original, you need the NPD catalog. But, when you do a full-bore restoration and a pro mod like this, there are a lot of original pieces that you'll need as well as the aftermarket pieces. That's the book you need right there, the NPD catalog. Big help indeed.
And we are so grateful and thankful to have NPD preview cars and NPD on board with us for another year of sponsorship. There you see the website. They can get parts to you in just a couple days, depending on your location, and very easy to handle it. Now we've got a 1962 Impala Super Sport here.
Yep, very conservative too, Scott. That's a 290 horsepower crate engine. This is not a car that's going to rip the pavement up, but it sure will make a delightful cruising car. Frame off restoration. Look at the interior. All right back to original. Power steering and windows. Vintage Air. Boy, we see Vintage Air all the time. Boy, those people at Vintage Air, they deserve a lot of credit. They can put air conditioning in your car and you're not chopping up your firewall and your dashboard and your kick panels and things like that. Updated radio, got a CD player in there. And the stainless trim has been chrome plated. Now you might be able to notice that now. Notice the trim around the vinyl top and along the bottom of the windows and everything. That's chrome. That's not like that stainless finish.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I bid here $60,000. All right, next we have this Plymouth Barracuda from 1970.
Yeah, Scott, we've seen this car before, and it's kind of one of those what if they had built it kind of cars. If you'll notice right away, it's 4 doors, which was never built in the factory. So someone modified this car to make it a 4-door, and it's definitely unique.
Almost 10 years old. It was built back in 2016. A fellow by the name of Dave Walden did it, and it was in the SEMA show in 2016. And tell you, people were looking at this and swearing off drinking. They were thinking, oh, gee, what's going on with me? But the workmanship is great, and it's kind of a novel idea. I don't think anybody else has picked up on this. But, yeah, it brings the money, but it doesn't quite bring enough.
Yep, one of none. The VIN, by the way, ends in 100000000 ad infinitum.
Right.
If you will.
Hi.
Yeah. Let's give Dave Wise a call. See if he can help us authenticate that.
He swore off drinking.
Oh, man.
All right, from the 4-door Barracuda to a 1991 Chevy Caprice. And what if I told you that the name George Barris was involved in this one, Bill?
Wouldn't be surprised. The king of the customizers is what everyone called him. And he really was a groundbreaking customizer going back to the 1950s. He and his brother Sam, that shop at Studio City. Oh, so many great show cars. And, you're looking at this now and saying, I'm going to give up drinking. But actually, this is the way that full customs were built back then. You know, you had the plush interior with all the flocking and the shag carpeting, and you see the 57 Chevy Bel Air rear quarter panel treatment on this, and the name of it, as you can see on the side, is the Nomad'r What. And what can I say? It's a Barris creation, and just one of so many that he did, and each one different. And of course, he had a lot to do with the original television Batmobile as well.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Bill, you mentioned Barris Customs shop in Studio City, right down the street from my house, actually. No longer there, of course, but there is a beautiful, giant mural of George on the back wall of the parking lot. So if you go by that location, you'll know you're in the right place when you see George's mural on the wall.
Can I still get hot dogs at Carney's?
Yeah, on the other side of the hill, yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
The railroad car's still there?
Yep,
Okay.
it's still there.
Love them. Art Carney, by the way, is the founder of those.
Here's a Chevelle Super Sport 1966 up for bid here. This is a McCacken Award winner, Bill.
Yeah. Muscle Car and Corvette Nationals. The best of the best show up at that show every November in Chicago. We saw Bob Lawson earlier when we were doing our John Kraman tribute. He's the man behind.
Bob Ashton.
Bob Ashton, what did I say?
Bob Lawson.
Oh, that's his brother.
Oh, dear.
Bob Ashton also hosts game shows.
Yes.
Yeah. But, you know, the superlatives are not enough to describe this Chevelle, really. It's the 396, the tweener motor, 360 horsepower. They had a 325 and a 378 also available. Wide ratio M24 speed, 12-bolt rear end with 331 gears. Great color, the dark turquoise, the medium and dark fawn interior. And it's got those optional full wheel covers that sort of almost approximate mag wheels.
80 grand, yes, sir. That is it. Bring in the money. Great color combination, too. 80,000. All right. Right behind it, one of the 50s landmark cars. I think I'm not overstating the fact of that with this 58 Impala.
Well, this isn't something that we've said very much, maybe if not ever, at a Mecum auction. Here's an automobile that was purchased for Buddy Holly by his manager, and later gifted by Buddy to his family as a belated Christmas gift, and titled to his father, Larry Holly. Good Lord.
Wow.
What a history. And it's believed to be the GM 50th anniversary K Corral paint color, or Kai rather, or Key. Take your pick. I've heard it pronounced 3 different ways. And that was chosen by Buddy Holly in part to coordinate his connection to the Choral Music Company of New York. Wow. This car has history in big helpings. To matching numbers, 283, 230 horse V8, in case you're wondering, with a power glide. Fender skirts autographed by the real Peggy Sue. Of course, Peggy Sue. You see the autograph there.
Right there.
One of his big top 5 records. So really, it's not the vehicle itself, although that certainly is nothing to be ashamed of, but it's the history and the people involved in ownership of this car. And the owners that it has passed down from since 1958.
That's amazing.
It is.
56,000, no reserve.
Boy, somehow I wish we could have worked it out to sell this car when we had Jerry Lee Lewis here selling his motorcycle.
Man, yeah.
How would that have been?
That would have been historic.
Oh, with a capital H.
All right, so we moved from that Impala to another one. Complete different flavor. Look at this.
Yeah.
The Blue Moon.
Yeah. Yep, some history here. The Grand National Champion at the 2005 GM Nationals. Score of 987 out of 1,000 points. A 6-year frame off and ground up restoration of 25 years ago. It's won the Best of Show no less than 28 times. It's been in magazines. It has been featured at major car shows all over the country. Has a crate motor, the ZZ4 V8. That's the 350, 375 horse. There's the interior with all those blues, the dark blue, the medium blue, light blue. No wonder it's called Blue Moon. 700 R4 automatic with overdrive. A lot of custom features on here. The exhaust system, Dynamax Super Turbo mufflers.
Over 100 that we can clear, we'll take.
Ignition's been upgraded to electronic.
I've only got 82 bid.
And the House of Colors responsible for that exterior paint.
100,000 bid if we get there.
100 clear to us.
So 100 net.
They got more. They got 87. Yeah, it's going up. They got 90 now. 95, Mark?
95,000 in the money, 95,000 to the middle, last and final call. 95,000 in the money, anyone get 95? 92. Open the bid. 95,000. 92.
Oh, just in time. That last
I've got
bid.
92,000 bid. I'll help you out. I'll write you a check for 90,000.
We got 9 covered to each.
We'll take the reserve off.
You want any more?
That's your call. I think you can keep on trying to go to another place and kiss me.
Check to you for 90.
Oh, there we go, Bill.
Yeah.
I was wondering if it was going to take 100 or more.
I wondered too. I heard 110 at one point, but
okay.
Boy, that was almost like watching a baby being delivered, you know. I can't wait.
That is a first-time analogy.
Might be.
Back with more from Indy in a moment. Hey, thanks so much for joining us today on ESPN Plus. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Steve Matchett, John Sifferlin, our producer back in the truck, Tony Williams, our director, Todd Gordon, our technical director, and the entire gang. Chris Jacobs, where have you landed? I know you've got a cool car, but where are you?
That goes without question, Scott. Of course I've got a cool car. Check this bad boy out. 1969 Shelby GT 500 Fastback. Under the hood is its numbers matching Cobra Jet 428 with Ram Air right there. That's backed up by a Cruise-O-Matic automatic transmission. Oh man, this car is just phenomenal. Wow, beautiful candy apple red paint job with that black interior. This one's got the visibility group. It's got the high back bucket seats, center console with the gauges. Oh my goodness. Shelby 5-spoke wheels, Goodyear Polyglass GT tires. Unbelievable. And of course it comes with the deluxe Marty report to back up all that information that I just gave you, as well as the car's original build sheet signed by Carroll Shelby. We've seen a lot of glove boxes and dashes signed by Carroll Shelby, but how about the original build sheet of this car? That is pretty cool. Going across the block tomorrow, Scott.
All righty, we still have 2 days left here at the 38th annual, the 38th original Spring Classic, Dana Mecum's Spring Classic. And Bill, I know your adrenaline is ramping up right about now because we're looking at a replica of one of your all-timers.
Yep, my all-time favorite car was the original Grand Sport Corvette built in 1963. Only 5 of them meant for racing. Just about the time GM pulled out of racing, they were building those cars, so they never really lived up to their potential. But these replicas, now I don't think this is one of those kit replicas or one of those factory-built Superformance replicas. From what I'm seeing, I think someone built this sort of piece by piece.
Okay.
The external look of this car is, I'm going to say, like 90% there. I will tell you that the engine certainly is a departure from the original Grand Sport engine, which was a 355 cubic inch small block with Weber carbs and about 500 or 600 horse. This has a stroked small block that takes it up to 427 cubic inches. Not sure of the horsepower, but a lot of the parts that went into this car were hand chosen to wind up with what you're looking at.
Well, look at the bidding, 70,000. Yeah. It's not going to sell here and now, but that is really well done.
I would say, like I say, some departure from the original ones, but close enough to get me excited.
On to a 1961 Jaguar. This is one of their legendary XK 150s. It's a fixed head coupe, meaning it's not a drop head coupe.
Right, we should get Matchett to explain what we're talking about.
That's true.
Here. But anyway, yeah, the series of the XK Jaguars were very desirable. They're now very collectible. There are some that, you know, are more valuable than others. The 150S, for instance, is a car that gives it a little bit more collectability. This is not one of those, but a 3.4-liter double overhead cam inline 6 gives you the power, and it has a manual transmission, the 4-speed, as they all had. Automatics didn't come on into the Jaguar until sometime later. The E-types, even late in the series of the E-types, is when you saw automatics in classic Jaguars. And it sells no reserve. I would say that is well bought.
And essentially, Steve is out working on another car, I'm told, but the fixed head coupe means it's just a coupe. The drop head means it's a convertible or cabriolet or soft top, if you will.
And the hood is the bonnet, and the trunk is the boot.
Yes.
Okay.
2002 Honda S2000. The bonnet is up. This is a drop head 2002 Honda S2000.
Yeah, these are screamers. Let me tell you something. You can wind these suckers up to about 8,000 RPM. They sound great. And, you know, they're really an extension of the British two-seat sports cars that we were just sort of celebrating a few moments ago. 240 horsepower inline 4-cylinder engine, a 2-liter 6-speed manual. And never had one. Friends own them, and you know, people who buy these, they hate to part with them. They're just a blast to drive. Hard to believe that's a 23-year-old car we're looking at too. That's in exceptional condition. 5,000 miles on the odometer. That would explain it.
44K. Reserve is off.
Yeah, it's getting some appreciation. People in this room that understand what this is.
What'd you say, 240 horse?
Yep.
Right? That doesn't sound like a lot, but that's not a big car, man. That'll get you around in a hurry, won't it?
It's light, it's nimble, the steering is quick, the brakes are responsive. That transmission, it snicks, it shifts, you know, almost like a race car. And there's one of our favorite color palettes too, the black with those bright work wheels.
45, 45,000, anybody, 45,000, 45,000, anybody bid 5, anybody want to pay it, 5, anybody get 5,000 to the half, and 45, anybody want to pay it, 45, anybody 45, anybody want to pay it, 5, 45,000, 45,000.
Kind of parked on 44 for a while, and they're going to say, okay, time to wrap it up. So 44,000 buys that little S2000. All right, Bill.
Oh, the earth shook.
Yeah, it did, and it is. This is a breaking event that's happening right now.
Yes, we're glad you're here.
A 1941 Willis Deluxe Coupe. That's an outlaw body, but underneath the hood, I don't know how they wedged it in there.
Well, again, we can thank the drag racers of old for being able to take these cars and put massive engines in them and go race in the gas and gas supercharged classes. This has 750 horsepower out of a Jenkins. That would be a Grumpy Jenkins, 572 with a Dart. As in Dick Maskin, Richard Maskin, an old drag racing friend of mine. He produces the block. It's a great build, but man, oh man, AFR aluminum heads, hydraulic roller cam. I'm sure the compression has been jumped up. MSD ignition with fast FAST fuel injection. And it's got an automatic transmission that's been race tuned. A Heights Super Ride independent front suspension. Money everywhere you look. And by the way, those of you that wonder why Scott Hoke said Willis, that is the correct pronunciation for a W-I-L-L-Y-S. The drag racers got a hold of that name and started calling them Willies.
Yep.
But go back to the beginning days of that brand, and it was Willis. But we did not sell that, I guess?
Oh, yeah, we did.
Oh, we did.
$60,000. And when you consider how much, that's almost like you buy the engine and you get the rest of the car free.
Yeah, there's $50K in that engine, I guarantee you.
Wow. Okay, 1963 split window coupe up next for us. And we are already at 75 grand at no reserve.
Look at that. Not a fuel injected car, not a 340 horse car. It's not the base engine, the 250 horse, but it's the next one up. 300 horse 327 with a power glide. And I must say, usually when we see one of these lower trim engines in a mid-year, especially a 63 with a power glide, usually air conditioning comes along for the ride. This one does not have positive traction, but it's got power steering, power brakes. It does have a posi rear end, which was not standard. And with this 300 horsepower engine, that's kind of a nice upgrade. That's Riverside red leather interior. In the first year for that split window coupe, you really can never forget that. This was a revelation.
That's an older restoration that has stood up quite well over the years.
Could have fooled me.
Riverside red interior.
Yeah, that's one of the more popular split window coupe color schemes. That and silver on the outside, Sebring silver and red on the inside, another one that collectors really are gravitating toward.
Sold $120,000.
And $120,000 buys it. Clint Hunter taking care of the business with that gavel drop. 120 grand. Okay, here is another Corvette, another split window. This, however, a little bit different treatment, or maybe a lot different treatment.
Yes. Yeah, let's start with a Street Shop C6 chassis. How about that? With some polishing underneath there. QA1 adjustable coilovers, power rack and pinion steering. But let's back up a little bit. LS3, that's what you're looking at with 525 horsepower. So this is kind of like mixing some ingredients here between a split window coupe and a C6 Corvette. Z06 6-piston front and rear power disc brakes. It's got aftermarket heat and air conditioning. Stainless steel fuel tank with the fuel pump integrated right in there with a sending unit.
You recognize the wheels?
They are C6 wheels that have been powder coated black.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Takes 20. Takes 20. Now 5. Hit 125. Out of the bag. 125. Out of the bag. 125 pound power to buy. Hit 125.
Buck 20. That's the bid. No reserve also.
You know, you could put a set of OEM 63 Corvette wheels on there. You know, you might even sneak on a pair of knockoff wheels, which didn't come on 63s. They were over the counter, but still, that car looked very original with different wheels on it. You know, the wheels kind of telegraphing its passes. Sure. There's something going on. Of course, 63, the side exhausts were not available yet. But still.
A lot of different ways you could go there.
Yeah.
127.5 out of the bag to be on that. No reserve. Here we go. 125. Y'all done?
No reserve. 125,000.
Thank you. Sold 125,000, Jared.
All right, there we go. 125.
I'm going to tell you something real quick now that it's sold. That car does not run. The consignor says going to have to put some work in it, and look what it sold for.
Yeah. A look down from the other end of the 303 staging lane, 9 lanes wide at least here in Indianapolis. We'll bring you back. Actually, these cars head away from the camera, then turn right, come into the Fairgrounds Coliseum here, which is where we find a 2010 Chevrolet Camaro. But this is not your ordinary run-of-the-mill 2010 Camaro. Bill Stevens, as you can see, Nicky Stage 3 Super Camaro.
You are the master of the understatement, my friend. 1,000 horsepower out of that small block-based LS7 427 with a 6-speed automatic transmission. Oh, that will rule the boulevards, and it's sold just like that for $50K.
All right.
Oh, stay out of his way.
Tell you what, Nicky Chevrolet back in the day, Nicky Chicago. One of the all-time performance speed shops.
Oh, the aftermarket boutique business there with Nicky Chevrolet, and you had Baldwin Performance and Royal Bobcat.
Yes, sir.
I mean, they were all at war with each other.
Okay, here is a 2011 Grand Sport Corvette that has had lots and lots of bodywork on it, obviously. Again, I'm not telling you anything you can't see at home.
Again, this is one of those Carl's Corvettes Customs. Carl Moyer is the man, a drag racer of some note, and has been building these conversions for a while now. Not sure they're still doing them, but this is a 2011. And the quality and the workmanship of these cars, as I've mentioned any number of times, is really outstanding. This one has a 6.2 LS with Edelbrock E4 supercharger. This is packing some power, maybe 500, 600, 700 horsepower, automatic transmission. And with no reserve, the $100,000 is going to buy it. Wow. Yep.
You want another Nicky Super Camaro?
Can't get enough.
Here's one from 2013, and this time it's a ZL1 package.
Yeah, this is the ZL1 Stage 2 car. Now, this doesn't have 1,000 horsepower, but it does have the blown 6.2-liter LSA V8 and 850. Nobody's going to complain. By the way, that Stage 2 package installed comes through at almost $20,000, a little over 4,000 miles on the car. A lot of work, a lot of attention went into that engine. Rotofab, cold air intake, ported and blueprinted heads, a ported throttle body. It's got an automatic transmission in it. It probably has a higher stall speed converter, or it might have an electronic system in that transmission to take all that power. But it is a runner.
We're still in. Hey, we got it.
Thank you.
All right, 48,000, no reserve. Hey, Bill.
Yo.
Ask me what time it is.
Scott, what time is it?
It is black Chevrolet o'clock.
We've already come through Nicky o'clock, so.
Right?
Yeah. All right.
There's more.
Yep.
Here is a 2015 Z06 Corvette.
Yep. This is the big banana, 650 horsepower LT4. Supercharged, 6.2. Automatic transmission's got 8 gears in there with paddle shifters. Brembo ceramic brakes. Odometer, not a lot on there. Just over 5,000 miles. Fast car, killer car. You'll get 200 miles an hour out of this if you're brave enough. Monster Corvette. Yeah, 2015, we were waiting around for the next ZR1, and we got it 2019, 4 years later, with 755 horsepower. If 650 wasn't enough.
Okay, mark that one down for $60,000.
Boy, it is a glut of horsepower in the last 15 minutes. It's
telling
not
you,
over yet.
It's not over yet. Here's a 2018 ZL1.
Another big power Corvette with that supercharged LT4, and we're again at 650 horsepower. I also want to mention 650 pound-feet of torque. That's like an Atlas missile.
That's incredible.
It is. It is. You know, I can remember all the cars I've had over the years. If you had, 300, 350 foot-pounds of torque, you were a boulevard hero.
Sure.
2,700 miles on this one, and while we've been gabbing, it sells for $60,000.
All right, let's stay with the bow tie for a minute, but it's time for the 2019 one-year-only ZR1 now.
Yeah, just mentioned it, and abracadabra, one shows up. Yeah, this was the high watermark for Corvette performance, going all the way back to 1963. 755 showroom-ready horsepower, and 715 pound-feet of torque out of that. 6.2 with the supercharger crowning it. 2,300 miles on here, another low mileage car. This with the 8-speed automatic, yet a manual in this as well, if you cared for one. 3ZR premium equipment package, so it's loaded to the gunnel. ZTK track performance package. Oh, it's ready for some track duty whenever you are. Some carbon accessories on this car, carbon appearance packages. There's that carbon fiber wing on the back. And there's the magazine testers told everybody when they finally got their hands on these cars, if you take that wing off, you will increase the top speed as you release the drag. But, I don't think I want to do that. I think I want the downforce.
42,500 tall at 142.5. I'm with the magazine beam again on 142.5 at 140 bid. Asking 142.5.
No reserve.
140, 142.5. 145.
Well, we've talked about
145.
the history of the ZR1. How about looking into the future? And we anticipate that 1,064 horsepower for 2026.
There's no limit. Who knows? There's just so much high-end horsepower coming now from Chevrolet with that C8 Corvette.
We're on now, right?
I drove, by the way, 2019 ZR1, the Michael Fuchs collection.
Really?
One, and I get to drive it around the roads around his house in New Jersey. And you didn't have to go fast to know that you had a Brahma bull underneath you.
Oh,
how fast did you go?
145.
12.
Oh!
Now you're at
12 miles an hour.
147.5.
Okay.
147. Or just
I don't know if I
150.
believe you or not, but
I was hoping you would.
150.
145 as they continue to work on this ZR1.
I'll be honest with you. I punched it once.
Kind of fun for a second.
Oh, really?
It kicked sideways.
Oh, yeah.
I said, okay, I'm good.
Thank you, sir. Jared's way.
Now offering team 272
Yes.
2019.
All right, $150,000 for this one.
Oh, that's worth the money, man. What the experience is like to own a car like that. Wow.
Well, if you came up short on that one, there is still hope.
Yes, there is. Let's do it one more time. This one in Sebring Orange. I don't have to go through the specs again. I know by now we all got them memorized. Know them by heart. Big power, big torque. This one, again, the automatic transmission with the same packages in it, the premium equipment, see the track performance package. And actually, the orange color on this car is part of the Sebring design package, believe it or not. That's the way a lot of cars are ordered now. You don't have to go down the option sheet and just order everything individually. You get a package, and you see what's in it, and it's kind of like one-stop shopping.
Well, this one already at 160, and I'm guessing part of that bump is because of the mileage. A lot fewer miles
Correct.
on this car.
Fewer than 700. Yeah. 0 to 60, around 3 seconds flat, 216, 17 mile an hour top speed. Schnikes.
170, 170, 167.5, 170, 170. Out of the man, 170. Out of the man, 170. Now 170, 167.5's bid, asking 170,000.
Look, it's yours.
170,000. 170,000. 170,000. 167.5. 170. Awfully nice one there now. 170,000. 170. Gavels up. Gavels high. Gotta roll on, guys. Here we go. 167.5. 170. Gotta be 70, guys. Best I can do. Gotta be 170. I wouldn't let him do that. I'm not gonna let you guys. 170 now. That way, thank you. Now 172.5. 172.5. 172.5. 172.5. 172.5. 172,500 is all. Thank you. Now 175. Now 175,000. 175,000. Out of the bag, 175. Out of the bag, 175. 175. Right quick. Now 180. Give 180. 175. 180. Out of the bag.
It only takes two people.
175. You're going to get 180. So 175,000.
Two to tango.
Jared.
Now offering team
Well, $175,000 for that ZR1, a full 25 grand above the previous one.
Well, people know a certain thing, bid, and when they can get it, that's what they want.
Still about 40 minutes left in today's program, but if you want more Mecum, come on back tomorrow. We've got 6 more hours of live coverage at noon Eastern time, right here on ESPN Plus. When we get there, you always got to check out the Apex collection. Some Friday headliners: Apex top of the sheet, 51 cars, 2 Shelby Cobras, 3 Ford GTs, 8 Corvettes. Just really too much muscle to mention, but an amazing run of top shelf vehicles. You also don't want to miss our lineup of 65 Corvettes, perhaps none nicer than this beauty right here, a 63 split window coupe, gorgeous Sebring silver exterior, extensive frame off restoration. It was completed in February, so I can't wait to see it roll under the lights and onto the red carpet tomorrow afternoon. Also a part of our Friday headliners, this 1970 Pontiac GTO Judge convertible with the pepper green eye-popping color, the beige top convertible powered by Ram Air V8 4-speed with the Hurst shifter, checking a lot of JK's boxes, boys, so cannot wait for tomorrow's lineup. It's a good one.
Well, you said it, Danielle. That anytime you roll out a Pontiac with a Judge decal on it, whether it's real or not, JK's going to be all over it, right?
Yeah, we learned that so many years.
1970 Chevy C10 now at $97,000.
Yeah, Scott, this truck needs its own show. There has been so much done to it. Oh, my. Powertrain. Yep, it's one of those new generation LS's. A thoroughly dangerous truck, by the way, with 815 horsepower. Whoa. Out of 632 cubic inches. A lot of work there. It's got a 4L80E automatic transmission with an aftermarket high stall converter. Oh, my. Every time I look at this truck, I just think of just what it must be like to bury the throttle. 815 horsepower, high-end sound, super high-end suspension system with all new parts, big front and rear disc brakes with stainless lines. The Moser rear end has 370 posit traction gears. See what I mean? Just the list is endless.
On and on. $120,000. And I tell you what, with that big of an engine and that much
7%.
power and an empty bed, you punch that thing.
7%
just
is
sit there and make smoke.
Right.
It's 111.6.
Well, you go 5%, I'll let it go.
And that's your 112.
You give me 5%, I'll net me 112. I'll let it go.
112 net?
112 net.
Okay.
With the reserves, what we're just going to do.
All right.
Reserves up. 120.
Good enough.
125.
Handshake.
Out of the back of the beginning on 125.
That will make that deal happen. And now let's see if anybody else wants to jump in the fray.
125. 125.
Very conservative paint
On the one off
treatment,
the
too.
block, 130.
Not a lot of
Truck off the
menace
block.
there when you look at it.
It reminds me of a big glass of milk and 4
130.
Oreo cookies.
Oh, yummy.
130,000. 130. Here it goes.
Do you like the
Right
double
quick.
stuff?
I have 130.
The Oreos with twice the filling?
In
So,
a pinch, sure.
Oh, be a man. You need double stuff.
Now I'll bring team 276.
Hey, the reserve coming off landed another $5,000.
Yeah.
On to the sale price, $125. What a pickup truck that is. Hey, let's check in with Chris Jacobs, who is becoming habitual in standing by with fantastic cars and trucks. This one coming up Saturday, though, right?
It is indeed. And Bill, this is a double stuffed Oreo. This thing is incredible, man. This has got my name written all over it. Factory N code 383 under the hood of this 1970 Roadrunner, backed up by a pistol grip 4-speed transmission. But what's great about this car is the color combination. Alpine white exterior, burnt orange interior. I mean, man, whoever was bold enough to go with this color choice back in 1970, hats off to you, man. It also comes with a copy of the original window sticker. Guys, the bottom line on this car in 1970 was $3,391.15. Yes. Scott, can I borrow your time machine, please?
Oh, I'll hop in it with you. Let's go. That is coming up Saturday. No shortage of Mopar performance here at Indy.
Oh, boy.
How about this, Bill Stevens? 1929 Rolls-Royce Phantom 2 Radford shooting brake.
We've never had one before, I can tell you that, because we'd remember it. Yeah, this is not a phenomenally expensive classic Rolls-Royce. Some of them are $1 million plus. But this one, it's kind of like the weirdness of that shooting a brake body style. And the shooting brake reference, from what I'm told, refers to the fact that hunters would use these because they have that station wagon utility with the space in the back to go out and hunt quail or whatever.
Okay. All right, we will move on to 1966 Ford Galaxy 7-liter, Galaxy 500 7-liter.
Oh, boy. You know me, big cars with big blocks and 4 speeds. I am in for the duration, like this one here. 428, yep. 4-speed, yep. The 345 horsepower 428. And there's a club, a 7-liter Galaxy club that has a lot of members. These cars are revered by a lot of people. Weren't around a long time. But you know, the number of engines that were available in this time period in the Ford Galaxy was really amazing. I know in 1964 there were 9 different engine choices you had. And if you counted all the different variations of some of those engines, you had 13. So you know, this is one of those cars that that 428, just one of many that you could have, but that's my fave.
And if your brother-in-law got involved, the options were up around 20, 25, yeah?
Just check off what you want.
Here's a 56 Nomad Custom right now on our block.
Full, and I mean full with a capital F, Custom. Let's get the engine out of the way. It's a 6.2 with 435 horsepower and a 4L80E automatic transmission. But people, look, the craftsmanship, the build quality. So, just about every square inch of this Nomad has undergone some kind of modification, upgrading, fabrication, excellent paint, conservative wheel treatment. Those are aftermarket rally wheels with a larger diameter than the originals, which were 14 inches.
We all know how bulletproof the Roadster Shop chassis are. This one has been modified specifically to fit this Nomad body.
And that's the magic of the Roadster Shop. They will fabricate whatever it is that you need for building whatever kind of car you want to go with. We see Mustangs and Camaros, and now we have a Nomad, and just about anything that you're building can get a Roadster Shop chassis built.
So $117,500.
So cool. 117.5. Boy, that has the right look from any angle, man.
How do you call a car that costs almost $118,000 a bargain? We just saw one.
Good point. Get ready for a world killer. 1966 Chevelle Super Sport. 496 cube engine, 5-speed manual transmission. It's a real super sport and then some. It's going to be coming up to the block tomorrow here at the Dana Mecum 38th Original Spring Classic. You will not want to miss that one, and you won't want to miss the car that Steve Matchett is about to describe for us.
Oh boy, this is a true piece of artwork. It's a 1947 Delahaye Henri Chaperon, and it is named Henri Chaperon in homage to the great work that Henri Chaperon did with Delahaye in producing some exquisite vehicles in the pre-war days. Unfortunately for Delahaye, just after the Second World War, there wasn't the customer base for their exquisite pieces of artwork, and sadly, just a few years later, from 47 as we get into the 50s, Delahaye declined. But they really did try just after the war years to get back to producing their elegant pieces of artwork. And guys, I've got to tell you, from the interior of the leather to the burr elm on the inside, it is absolutely stunning. But as an engineer and mechanic at heart, I'm always very interested to see what's happening underneath the engine cover. And look at this. The car is being displayed at Pebble Beach, and I think both Henri Chaperon and Delahaye would be absolutely delighted with the exquisite work of the restoration. For me, c'est vraiment magnifique. Et vous, Scott, to you.
Merci. Thank you, Steve. Hey, by the way, while we were brushing up on our French speaking skills, Bill, this 71 Cuda sold for $130,000. And why are we making a big deal out of that? A little bit on the unexpected side here.
Small block car. That's a 340, only 275 horsepower is what they came with. But it's a matching numbers drivetrain, including the Torque Flight automatic transmission. 1 year only, GYS Curious Yellow. That makes it very rare. And I'll tell you this, 1971, Chrysler knew that the end was coming for the big blocks. They stopped building the Hemi and those big six-pack cars, and it was time to start downsizing and producing mini muscle, and that's why that car was built.
That is in our top 5 as we speak, in fact. Still about a little more than 20 minutes left with you this Thursday. 1979 Mustang Daytona concept car here for us.
We've had a few of these prototypes and show-only cars here in Indianapolis. Cars and Concepts was like a custom shop that Ford used to build some of their prototypes. And it's believed to be one of 5 that was planned. This one thought to be the only model that received the full modification treatment, and believed to be the only one that actually operates. 5-liter V8 4-speed manual. But again, this was a custom prototype, And this particular automobile, the way you see it, did not go into production the way it sits.
All right, so the high bid at 20. Here's a 77 Continental Mark V Kustom.
Yep, it looks gray, could be described as silver. And I can remember back in the day when some of the young men that I knew in my neighborhood would say, yep, so-and-so just bought a silver Mark. And we knew exactly what they were talking about. That's that big 460 cubic inch engine in there with an automatic transmission. And in 1977, there was a lot of platform sharing going on at Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln. You know, you'll see the same architecture underneath some of those LTDs and the Cougars and the Thunderbirds and the Mercurys as well. And they cross-pollinated some of those drivetrains as well. But look at this car with just a little over 57,000 miles, Scott. And boy, $11,000 for a car that looks a million.
It sure does. Tony the Golf Pro, just a little north of here, would be all over that car. We'll take a break and come back to get close to wrapping things up today from Indy. Hey, welcome back to Indy. Just in time to catch the very end of this sale. 62 Galaxy 500 hardtop. Chris previewed it for us. $34,500 is the money.
Well, I already raved about this car. 406, 405 horsepower. A car that was specifically designed for drag racing from Ford as they were embarking into their total performance program in 1962.
And we move from that to a 2023 Challenger SRT Hellcat jailbreak convertible.
Do not attempt to adjust your sets at home. Yes, it is a convertible SRT Hellcat jailbreak, but not factory built, but factory authorized by a company called Drop Top Conversions down in Florida, with only a little over 3,000 miles on it. But nothing has been done to upgrade or enhance the powertrain. 6.2 liter, 717 horsepower Hemi with a torque flight, 8-speed automatic, and plenty of options as well.
$95,000.
Hey.
90's bid.
Yeah.
95, I'll let it go.
Okay, all right, hold on.
Check with the other guy, though.
Yeah, I know. I've got $90,000 bid. This is your guys' last chance to give 95. Do you want to do that? You want to give 95?
92? You want 92?
Close the bid at $90,000. But wait, Mecum rule is in effect. You raise your bid to 95, I can sell it
Oh,
to you.
that's easy.
I mean, that's such a small step. If I'd have been them, I'd ask you for 100.
Yeah.
But they said that if you'll raise your bid to 95, I can sell it to you. You want to do that?
I'm thinking 100.
Raise your bid to 95. What's another measly $5,000?
Why not, right?
So,
hey, there it is.
$95,000, Laura.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
87,
That's pretty cool. Way to go, Jimmy. Well done.
306 with overdrive, four-wheel disc brakes.
All right, 1955 F100 pickup from Ford. Just going to be right behind that Hellcat.
Yeah, I want to show everybody what the underside of this pickup looks like.
Oh, good idea.
Yes. Oh, my. Well, you've heard the expression, you could eat off of it. Well, look at that. The rear end there, the suspension, look at those trailing arms and the exhaust system. Everything. Absolutely show ready. And there's the front suspension underneath the engine. You see the aftermarket pan there underneath that automatic transmission. That's a Ford automatic with overdrive, by the way. And think of the man hours that goes into making that truck look that good, where nobody actually gets to see it very much.
It honestly doesn't look like it's ever been driven.
I know. And some of these are too nice to be driven. Frame-off restoration, as you can imagine. The engine, just a 403 horsepower, 306. And a custom frame. That frame, by the way, that we just saw, not the original.
93, 94.
Suspension upgrades as well, but once again, the color, the application of the paint. Look at the smoothie approach to the keyless entry and the debadging and the dechroming. Nice big fat 5-spoke custom wheel.
Gotta be over 100.
Wow, that is a beauty, huh?
Yeah, it's a wow, all right.
Oak bed.
Oak
bed with those stainless rub strips.
100 is bid. 102.5. 102.5. I have 100,000.
Sometimes when you lift the reserve.
Okay, the bid is at 100.
105.
Now we're at 105. There
105.
107.5.
I need 95 in my pocket. Hey!
Reserve comes off, says Frank Mecum. Yes, sir.
115,000. And now 120. 115 bid, 120. George? John? So, $115,000, Katie Reed.
Well, that was fun.
You remember the question I asked Matt Morvac, the percentage of vehicles that get higher bids after the reserve comes off? We just saw that.
Yes, you are correct.
I am correct.
Sometimes it's going to be a couple grand. Sometimes it's 10 or 15.
Yeah.
Or more.
Could happen.
All right, Danielle Trotta, let's go over to you.
Hey, Scott Hoke, I'm just taking a walk through staging here because there's something for everybody that'll cross the block either today, tomorrow, or on Saturday. Before we end the program on this Thursday, I want to take a walk down memory lane. This is where we share photos you've submitted on our Mecum Facebook page of your favorite cars and memories from days gone by. We begin with Mr. Troy. This one is Troy Sinclair, who sent in a picture of his 1970 Coronet, handed down from my brother, he says. Built this beast, rebuilt it together, 440, 4-speed restored, then we traded it for a similar model that needed a total restoration. So Troy and his brother in the flipping business, shall we say, probably made some good money off of those, Troy. Nice restoration there. Our next photograph comes in from Mr. Gene C. Gene says, this is my daughter standing next to my 1975 Corvette L82 white with black leather seats. She is a beauty, Gene. Thank you for sending in your photos. Keep them coming, guys. Go to the Mecum Facebook page, upload your photos, give me a description, a story, a great memory that you have, and they might just make the show here live on ESPN+. Scott and Bill, we were talking in commercial break about the Coronet. You don't see many of those around. Great to have them a part of Memory Lane today.
Yeah.
Always.
A bunch of them were here today. You know, derivatives of that particular car with the Super Bs, what have you. But yes, we're not absolutely overrun with them at any given time.
61 Corvette just hit $57,000, so we will allow it to go to the bid goes on and take a look at a 1966 Mustang fastback. You peek it in that engine room, you see what I see?
Oh, I see the digital fuel injection. Yes, sir. 8 stacks from the folks at Borla. But you know, the bigger story is the 347 cubic inch V8 engine that was built by Holman Moody. NHRA-style racing engine brace. This is not a race car. It was not built to go racing, but it could. A lot of extra parts and pieces to upgrade just about everything. Tremec 5-speed transmission. The rear end has been tubbed. You can see the big rubber underneath there. This is sort of like a Little League clone of a GT350 because only those rocker stripes give you any indication that there's any kind of an attempt to replicate a Shelby here. It's got the GT350 cooling scoops on the rear quarter panels as well. But it's a great build. Centennial white with a black interior.
Close the bid at $95,000. Close the bid.
Well, they're awfully close to 6 figures. And I think they're going to let it go. So we will as well at $95,000. Come back for our final segment here on ESPN Plus in 3 minutes. minutes. Plenty of time before we leave today here from Indy to run down our top sellers. Let us commence that lineup with 2019 ZR1 Corvette. Oh, Sebring orange, jet black interior, only 645 miles on this car, 755 horses. It all adds up to $175,000. Our number 2 car today, check it out, 68 Shelby GT500 convertible in Raven Black. It's got the 428 Police Interceptor engine, 4-speed manual, one of only 402 of these built in 68, but this one has factory air, and it brought $375 today. But our number 1 car, by a long shot, 2005 Ford GT prototype. In fact, the last pre-production Ford GT before regular production began. It gathered for $400,000. The best part, Bill, all of that money going to benefit our friends at Curing Kids Cancer. And I can't think of a better way to do that with that Ford GT. And there you have the top 5.
Little bit of everything, Scott Hoke.
Yes.
A couple Shelbys in there, a couple of Corvettes. Yeah, Mopar get in there with that CUDA and that Ford GT. What can you say about all that money? That sets a record for a single vehicle sale for Curing Kids Cancer.
Yes, it does. In fact, at $400,000. As we pick up the live action once again, that 82 Corvette Collector Edition just sold for $28,000.
Well, then as we close up shop here, we may be ending with Corvette o'clock.
You may be right. Here's another one. This one from 1988. It's a 35th anniversary. But how about this? It's a Bloomington Gold Benchmark 35th anniversary Corvette.
Yeah, it has gone through the process. Bloomington Gold certified, moved on to Survivor certified, and then onto Benchmark certified. And as we've mentioned any number of times on our telecast, that Benchmark means that they will use that car to certify other Corvettes of the same year and trim level. Gold Spinner Award, Triple Crown Award at the Chevy Vest Fest. I mean, most of the news on this car is all about the awards that it's won.
Indeed.
You know?
How about that white steering wheel?
A white steering wheel, yeah, that's factory issued.
Yes.
With that white leather interior. 350, of course, is the powertrain in this. And this is pre-LT1. That came along in 1992 in the C4 generation. Number 857 of 2050 of these 35th anniversary Corvettes were built that year. There's one in the Corvette Museum.
Beauty, $26,000. We're getting set to wrap things up, but not before we check in with Chris once again for a look ahead at something headed our way tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, and this is one that absolutely has to be seen. This is the 1962 Excalibur RS Roadster. Very interesting story behind this car. It was initially designed by the legendary Brooks Stevens back in 1962, but it was finally brought to life in 2006, commissioned by Bob Shaw with assistance from Dave Draper. And this car is truly one of a kind. It's powered by a 5.7-liter GM engine, getting a look at the automatic transmission as well as that custom interior inside. All aluminum bodywork, hand-formed aluminum bodywork, a space-age tube chassis underneath. It's got Bugatti exhaust. These scissor doors are actually off of a Lamborghini Murcielago. This blue color is a Mercedes-Benz blue. It's called Mystic Blue Metallic and Pearl White paint. These are both Mercedes colors. And just everything is pretty much perfect. Borani wire wheels on this car. Really, really cool. Willwood brakes all the way around. And again, one-of-a-kind car designed by Brooks Stevens. You don't know who he is. He's legendary in the automotive design world, upgrading the Wienermobile and also responsible for the original design of the Jeep Wagoneer. Very cool stuff going across the block tomorrow, guys.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. I didn't catch if you mentioned it or not, but that was an 8-year build on that Excalibur.
And just that hand-formed aluminum body would take a lot of that time. And those, you don't go to Pep Boys and get body panels for one of these cars. That is labor-intensive.
Yeah, you walk in there and ask for that, their eyes roll back in their head.
I need a fender for an Excalibur RS.
Nothing against Pep Boys, but any shop you go to, really.
Yeah.
And you were almost right, Bill. Corvette o'clock as we wrap things up. $30,000 the bid currently on this 2005 Corvette.
Yep, first year for the C6, 6-liter, 400 horse V8 with that Z51 performance package, a very popular item for serious Corvette enthusiasts. It's got an automatic transmission and plenty of options. That color scheme's Victory Red, machine silver metallic stripes flanked by titanium and black accents. And that is a pace car, Scott Hoke.
It is. May of 2005, 20 years ago.
Who won it that year?
Wow.
Come on, you can do it.
Oh, I know who did. I know who won, but it was the late great Dan Weldon's first win.
Oh,
first
geez.
of two.
Oh my.
Yep. That's why I paused for a minute.
Yeah, I paused right along with you. The late Dan, what a driver.
Thank you, guys.
50 grand buys that 05 Corvette pace car. And by the way, Weldon's kids, his two boys, are pretty outstanding drivers, up and comers.
Not surprised.
Keep an eye out for those two.
Oh, I believe that in a heartbeat.
Nutty. Well, we are officially now halfway through our coverage of Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic. If we haven't told you enough, we'll tell you again. We're back tomorrow on ESPN Plus at noon Eastern, 9 o'clock in the morning out on the West Coast. And I can promise you it's going to be a fabulous Friday here in Indy, and we hope you will join us. For the entire gang, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Steve Matchett, I'm Scott Hoke saying so long for now from Indy. See you tomorrow.
Beautiful ball. Great.